Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is SkyTech Digital. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this amazing agency website over here. Now this website is called the NovaCreative Agency website. Now this is a website for agencies that are into the creative system or into the creative business, that they can use it to portray their services, their showcase their portfolios, testimonials, and other stuff that they are doing. And I'm going to take you through step by step how you can be able to create this amazing website. Now before I do that, I want to show you how the website looks like. Okay, so everything about this website is custom designed. Okay, so we design it from scratch for this particular website. Some of them we use scratchly designed, or from scratch design templates. Some of them we use some templates from different places to be able to come out with this particular new website over here. Now we have the header over here, which is a sticky header. We have the top header, which you can showcase your location, your number, and every other stuff. We also have a place you can showcase your social media icons over here. And then we have the main header over here, which have your logo, the primary menu, and then also a button for get a quote. We also have the hero section over here, which you can showcase different kinds of images that you want to showcase. And then you can we have the header text also over here, or the heading text over here, and then some supporting description also over here, and then two buttons also over here. So when you hover on the button, you see how it looks like. I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this amazing buttons over here. Now when you scroll down, we have the about section also over here. Over here you can be able to showcase a little bit about the agency and what you guys do, and then you can put a button over here to read more. Now when you scroll down over here, the services that you guys offer, you can also be able to showcase all these services also over here. And then when you come over here, this is a call to action. You can be able to showcase a call to action section over here. Now when you scroll down, we have projects or recent cases, all the projects that you have done. You can be able to also showcase them over here. And then when you scroll down, we have why choose us. I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this simple over here. Now when you scroll down, also you have this piece over here, section over here, which is also the testimonial section over here. I'm going to show you how you can be able to do this. And when you scroll down, we have the last call to action also over here. Now when you come down, we have the footer also over here. I'm going to show you how you can be able to do this. So this is the home page. It's very simple, but very, very, very unique and very nice. It is also it's not an archaic website. It is a very new website that the design is new, that you can be able to use it to showcase any brand that you want to showcase. Now I'm going to go to the about page and show you how the about page also looks like. So this is the about page. We have this section over here. Now if you look at it, when you scroll the hero section, it's kind of like blur out. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to do that kind of blur magic also over there. Now when you scroll down, we have the who we are section also over here. And then when you scroll up, also when you come down, you also have this mission, vision, and then core values over here. And then when you scroll down, we also have this meet our theme, so your theme also over here. And then when you come over here, we have this section, which is also the call to action, and then we have the footer. So this is a simple about page. And then we also have the services page, also very simple, not that much. So you're gonna have this section over here. And then we have the portfolio section also over here. Now this portfolio section, or this portfolio page, is designed using Elementor theme builder. Okay, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to use the theme builder and the loop grid and all those things to be able to design this particular page over here. So we use the loop grid to showcase this kind of loops over here, and we created a template for single portfolio template. So I'm going to show you how you can be able to create this simple single portfolio template over here. So if you want to go into the single portfolio, so when I click on view project over here, you're going to see that it's going to show me this particular project template over here. Now this particular project template was designed using Elementor templates. So we're gonna design or create a template for each portfolio. Okay, so if we go to the portfolio also, and then we go to this cleaning website, when you click on it, you see that it's a cleaning website over here. I'm going to show you how you can be able to get this thing done using Elementor and then ACF, okay, advanced custom fields. I'm going to show you how you do it. And then we also have the blog page over here. So this blog page also, I'm going to show you how you can be able to design this blog page, and then single blog page also. I'm going to show you how you can be able to also get it done. Okay, so and then we'll have the testimonials also. I'm going to show you how you can be able to get testimonials and then have this grid over here. Okay, so this is a great carousel, so I'm going to show you how you can be able to get this carousel also over here using the loop carousel. Okay, so I'm going to show you all those things and how you can be able to create this testimonial page. And then we also have the contact page also over here. Now this is a simple contact page. We use Elementor forms, and then to be able to get this this done over here. And then we also have the get a quote also page. So this is also using Elementor forms also over here. So I'm going to show you step by step how this is done and how you can be able to do this particular website from scratch. Okay, now remember that what we are going to do over here, we're going to use the hello theme, the Elementor, and then Elementor Pro, and then we also use ACF, advanced custom fields. Okay, so before we start, make sure that you have all those things ready. You have your especially Elementor, okay, Elementor Pro. Okay, so Elementor Pro, you need to get Elementor Pro before you can be able to start. Okay, so if you are ready, let's get into the video. Alright guys, so for those of you who really don't want to go ahead to design this whole thing, but you want to get a template from and then import it onto your website. Now when you go to templateseller.com over here, and then you scroll over here, you're gonna have this particular how do you call it, agency, premium dynamic agency website. Now this one was created using Elementor Pro. So all the Elementor Pro features, you're gonna have it over here, and the ACF features, you're gonna have it over here. And this one was also created using just the Elementor free version. Okay, so if you need the Elementor free version, and let me show you how the free version looks like. Now this is the free version. Okay, now note that we have this one, which is the Pro one, and we have this one, which is the free version. Now this is how the free version also looks like. It is very similar, just that there are some certain things that you will not have in this particular free version. For example, in the free version, we use the cadence theme, okay, to be able to create this particular website. So everything over here was created using the cadence and Elementor free. Okay, so that is it. Now if you go to the about page, it looks similar. You're gonna see that it looks similar to what we created, just that it doesn't have some specific widgets that it's supposed to have. Okay, like the heading widget over here is different from what we used over here. You realize that this one have this underline over here. This one doesn't have anything over here. Now when you scroll, you see that there's nothing fading out or blurring out over here, but this one, when you scroll, you see that it is blurring. The blur comes over there. Okay, so that effect, you're not gonna have it over here. Now when you scroll over here, it's also the same. When you scroll over here, you're gonna have the same effect over here, the same effect. Everything is the same over here. Now when you go to the portfolio over here, you're not going to have the kind of portfolio that you see over here. Okay, so when you come over here, you will not have this portfolio, okay, whereby you can click on this one and then it will give you single portfolio page. Now you don't have it over here. Okay, with this one, this is a simple portfolio kind of like, you know, page over here, whereby you just a little bit of description about this project, and then when you click over here, you're gonna see you know, the main website or view the website. That is how simple this one looks like. The blog page also is very simple over here. There's nothing you know, extraordinary over here. And when you go to the testimonials also, we have this testimonials also over here. Okay, so when you go to the contact, we also have this contact over here. And then when you go to get a quote also, we have this quote over here. So this is somehow different from this one, a little bit different. Okay, basically some of the things that we use over here, because it is a pro version, we couldn't use it on the free version over here, and that is what that is. So if you want you know, the template, you can get it over here. This one is the using the Elementor free, and this one is using Elementor Pro over here. Okay, so you can go ahead and get it over there and then import it on your website. The instructions and everything is over there. You can be able to see it on how you can be able to import it. Now let's go ahead and see how we can be able to create this. Like I told you, to be able to create this particular website, let me close this one. To be able to create this particular website, you need Elementor Pro, okay, and then you need to set up your website also. Now I've gone ahead to really go ahead to set up my website over here, install WordPress on it, and then also you know, go ahead to get my domain name and other stuff. So you see I have my domain name over here, and then you also need a hosting to you know, host your website. So to get a hosting and domain name, make sure that you open a new tab and just type in Kitech Digital /Namecheap. Okay, just type this particular link over here and then click enter, and it's gonna take you to Namecheap website over here. Now this is an affiliate link. If you use it to purchase you know, domain name over here, we're gonna get little bit of commission. It is not you're not going to pay more, but it is just you helping the channel to grow. Okay, so whatever you pay over there, they give us a commission out of it. Okay, it is not compulsory, it is not by force to use the link, but if you use the link, you are helping us. Now you can get your domain name over here. It's these people are amazing when it comes to domains and hosting. They're really good in it, and I advise, you know, I've been hosting most of my websites over there, and I advise each and everyone to also get domain name and hosting from Namecheap. Now aside domain name and hosting, you also need Elementor Pro. Okay, so to get Elementor Pro, just type in Kitech Digital .com/Elementor. Okay, Elementor, just go over there and you're gonna get Elementor Pro over there. So as you can see, this is Elementor Pro website over here, the pricing over here. Now you go ahead and then just, you know, choose what you need. Okay, so this gives you some certain things that you need. So with this one, you're not going to have a pop-up builder, custom codes and CSS, e-commerce features and collaborative notes. So I advise you choose the second one over here, this particular one over here, and then you will be able to, you know, get Elementor Pro and use it on the website. Now I'm going to close this one because I already have my Elementor Pro and I already have my you know, my domain and hosting. So I'm going to close this one over here and I'm going to come to the website. Now before we even go ahead to set up everything, I need to just do some few settings over here. Okay, so the name of the website, I'm going to also close this particular website over here. So the name of the website, we're going to go over here and go to general. Okay, so we're going to do some few settings before we go on. I'm going to set the name to Nova Creation or Creative Agency, this one over here, Nova Creative Agency. And I'm going to just just say maybe building we build digital experiences that grow brands. Okay, so that is what I'm going to use over here. Now you can choose a site icon. So a site icon basically shows on the on the tab over here. Okay, so it's going to show over here. So if I go to Google, you're going to see that this particular gene over here, this particular one, is what we call the site icon. So you can choose a site icon for it. I'm going to leave it over here, and make sure that your website address and your site address are the same. Also administrative email address, put it over here. And then we also have membership. Okay, so if you want people to register on it, you also make sure you select this one and select all the things that applies, and then we're gonna click on this one which says save changes. All right, so we've changed our name, and as you can see, the name changes also over here. Okay, now let's go to permalinks over here. So I want to set my permalinks from day and name to post name over here. Now the reason why I do that is I want my links to be simple, and for SEO purposes also, that is why. So those of you who don't know SEO is really part of web design. So if you are designing your website, you need to take into consideration SEO. Now SEO means search engine optimization. Okay, so search engine optimize, how to optimize your website both on page and off page to to make sure that your website really shows well in the search engines, and that is what SEO. So make sure that you select post name over here and just click on save changes. All right, so now that we've set up this one, now I'm going to go to dashboard over here, go to home also over here, and I'm going to just remove certain things over here. So I'll go to screen options and then uncheck all these ones. Okay, so I'm going to uncheck all of them, so I have a clean dashboard. Okay, so now that I have this one, I'm good to go. Now my next move is to install my what do I have to install? Okay, so my next move is to check up my plugins over here. So I'm going to go to plugins, installed plugins, and see what plugins have been installed when I install the WordPress. So these ones have been installed for me, and I'm going to deactivate this one because I don't really want it, and I will check this one, click on this one, click on delete, and then click on apply and click on OK over here. All right, so all of them will be deleted, so I don't have any plugins over here. Now my next one is to also install a theme. So I'm going to hover on appearance over here and then click on themes. Okay, now if you look at the website from the front end, you're going to see that it is having this particular theme, which is the 2025 WordPress theme. Okay, so that is what is having this particular theme over here, and that is what is activated. So I'm going to just delete some of these ones to free my website, because a lot of themes I don't want it on my website, which they are not doing anything. Okay, so now I have only one theme over here, and I want to add a new theme. So how do I add a new theme? I'm going to click on add theme over here, and you can upload a theme if you have the theme on your computer, local computer, you want to upload it, or you can also go ahead to search for the theme over here in the WordPress directory, theme directory over here, and then install it and activate it. Now the theme we use for this particular website is the hello theme. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and then search for the hello theme. Now you can go ahead to search for it over here, or you can go under popular over here, and then you're gonna see the hello theme over here. Okay, so that is it. So I'm just going to click on install over here and then activate it, and then I'm going to click on activate to activate the theme. All right, so now that the theme is activated, you're going to see that it will tell us to install Elementor. Okay, so if you don't have Elementor, make sure that you install Elementor, because the theme only works with Elementor. It means that the theme is a blank theme, there's nothing on it. It is Elementor which will help you to be able to create. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, so the header, the footer, all of them, you need Elementor to be able to create it. Okay, if you like, you can go ahead and then just click on customize to customize it if you don't need Elementor, right? But we need Elementor to go ahead to create our website that we are creating. So you see, this is how it looks like in the customization session. This is the header and footer. You have to install Elementor to be able to do that. Okay, so I'm going to close this one and come over here and click on install Elementor. So Elementor will be installed and activated for us, and as you can see over here, it will tell us to send us to the onboarding page, where we have to either create an account or link an account. Okay, so if you already have an account, you go ahead to click over here which says already have an account. Click here to connect. If you don't have an account, you can go ahead and click on this one which says create an account. So when you click on create an account over here, you will be able to connect your account to it. Okay, so I'm already signing with my email over here, so I'm just going to click on connect over here, and then it will go ahead to connect for me. Once it is connected, it will move me to the next stage. Okay, so as you can see, it is connected over here, and it has changed from this one to what my Elementor. So it says you are here, let's get connect. To get most of blah 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 blah, you can go ahead to do whatever it is. Now once it is connect, I don't need to do anything again. I will just skip this one, and I will just skip this one also, and then I'll go ahead to skip this one. Now what Elementor will do is it will try to just give you a page to design. Okay, so basically after doing this, it will send you to it will create a page for you to start designing your home page and all those kind of stuff, right? And that is what Elementor will do for you. But I don't want to do all that, so even though it has created the page, which it names the page as what Elementor 7 over here, Elementor number 7 over here, I'm just going to go ahead to click over here and click on exit to WordPress. All right, so this is the page. I'm going to go to all pages over here, and I want to delete all the pages that I have over here except the privacy policy, because maybe I will need it later on. I'm going to trash this page, and I will trash the sample page also. All right, so I'll go to trash, I'll click on trash, and then I'll empty the trash. So I'm going to click on empty trash, and that is it. So now I only have 2 drafts in it. Okay, oh, so this also opens for us. So yeah, so let me just leave this one. Okay, let me just leave this one, and then I'm gonna go to add a new page over here, or let me just edit this page. I'm going to edit this page, and let me just name it as home. Okay, so I'm going to name it as home, because that's going to be my home page. I'm going to click over here, and then click on set it to Elementor full width over here, and I'm going to click on publish. All right, so I have my home page over here, which is published. So if I click on view to view the home page, I'm going to view the home page over here, and you see this is my home page. There is nothing over here. Now this is saying home over here. Okay, whilst if I refresh this one over here, this one doesn't say it's home, but it shows the archives. Okay, so meaning that it is showing post over here. Okay, so if you go over here and we go to our post over here and we click on all post over here, we're going to see that this is the hello world post. Okay, hello world post over here, but we want a home page like this. We want it to display this particular one, so that when we click on the logo over here, it wouldn't send us to this place, but it would rather send us to our home page that we created, this particular one. Okay, so how do we do it? Now we're going to go to appear settings over here, and then let's go to reading over here. Right, we're going to go to reading over here, and we set home page to display. This one says it display latest word, and that is why our home page is displaying this particular post over here because it is set to display latest post. Now we want to change it to display a static page. Okay, and for the static page we want it to be home over here, right? And then we want to save changes. All right, so now we have this one over here, which is what, which is our home page. So if we come over here and refresh this one, you see that this particular home will disappear. So let's refresh it and see. All right, so as you can see, it disappears over here. Now when we click over here, it will still be redirected us to this particular page, which means that this is now our home page. Okay, so good. So now we have our home page done. Now what else do we have to do? So let's go ahead to create all the pages that we need for the website, and then after that we will install our Elementor Pro for us to get started. So we're gonna go over here to check out the the pages. So we have the home page, we have about page, we have services, we have portfolio, we have blog, we have testimonials, we have contact, and then we have this page, which is the get a quote page. So we're gonna go over here and then click on add page or add page over here. Okay, so each other way will work. So I'm gonna click on this to add a new page. So I'm going to add a page called about, or about us page, whatever you name it. It is the about page. Okay, so after that I'm going to create a new page also, and I'll call it services, the services page, which will display all our services over there. So I'm going to set it to Elementor full width and then publish it. I'm going to create another page also, which I'll call this one my portfolio. So portfolio, okay, portfolio. I'm going to change it to Elementor full width and click on publish. All right, so I'm going to add also another one, which I'll call it so from the portfolio we have blog testimonials. Okay, so I'm going to just create a blog page. Okay, so with this one I'll leave it as default, because for the blog page we will that is a place that we're going to showcase our blog, and then we will have to create it ourselves to showcase all those things. So I'm going to just publish it, and then over here I'll click on another page also, which I'll call it testimonials, and then over here I'll change this one to also Elementor full width, and then I'll publish it. Now, and I'm going to also create another page also, and then I'll call it contact. So our contact page, I'll change this one to Elementor full width, and then also publish this one. I'm going to create another page also, and then I'll call it get a quote page. I'll change this one to full width, and then also publish it. All right, so it's as simple as that. This is how the page looks like, all the pages. So if you go to all pages, you see we have all our pages created over here. Now if I come over here and I refresh the website, all our pages are not showing over here, just like it's showing over here, because we don't have any primary menu or whatever it is. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to create some menu items. Okay, so I'm going to go to hover on appearance over here, click on menus, and we will create our primary menu. So first of all, our main menu or our primary menu, I'm going to select main menu, or if you don't have nothing to select, just type in main menu over here, and it will display on the header. Okay, so I'm going to just click on create, and then I'll just select all of them, add all of them over here, and as you can see we have home, about, we will also have services, we will have portfolio, and we have blog, we have testimonials, and then contact us. So I'm going to just remove the get a quote over here, because we'll add it on our on our button over here. We'll add a link to the button over here. All right, so after that, just click on save over here. Okay, so now let's go ahead and then refresh this one to see if we will have. So as you can see, we have all these ones also over here. So this is our primary menu. So when I click on about, you see this is the about page. When I click on services, when I click on portfolio, blog, you don't have any blog over here. When I click on testimonials, and when I click on contact, now the reason why the blog, the name comes over here is because we set this blog to default page, okay, or default template, and that is why all of them is set to Elementor full width, okay. And Elementor full width do not give you nothing over here. You will have to design everything from scratch. All right, so now that we have this one done, I'm gonna go over here, and our next move is to go ahead and then create our install Elementor Pro, okay. So like I told you, if you need Elementor Pro, all what you need to do is to just go to kitechdigital.com/Elementor. Okay, I'll leave that link in the description for you. It is an affiliate link, and if you use it, you're helping the channel to grow. So you get Elementor Pro over here. You can choose this one, or this one if you want to get the best of Elementor Pro. Okay, so that is it. So set or get your Elementor Pro and then install it on your website. So you go to plugins over here, add new plugin, click on upload plugin, and then put your Elementor Pro over here. Now I already have my Elementor Pro, so I'm going to just go ahead and install it. So this is my Elementor Pro. I'll go ahead and install it and come back to you later. Alright guys, so I have installed my Elementor Pro and activated it. I'm good to go. Okay, so now like it says that this requires what Elementor website builder. Okay, so you need to make sure that you install Elementor before you install an Elementor Pro. Now once we are done with Elementor Pro, there's also another plugin that we need to install to make sure that we get everything that we need to get, and that is the ACF, Advanced Custom Fields. Okay, so if you go over here, there are certain things that we did with the website when creating templates and other stuff. We needed some portfolio post types, we needed testimonial post types. Okay, all those ones are created using Advanced Custom Fields, so ACF. So we need to go ahead and add a new plugin. Okay, go ahead and add a new plugin and search for ACF, Advanced Custom Fields. Okay, so just type in ACF in the plugin search bar over here, and you're gonna see this one, which is Advanced Custom Fields. It's one of the popular plugins. Okay, so just click on install over here, and you're gonna go ahead and click on activate to activate the plugin. All right, so we click on activate over here, and as you can see, we have ACF installed successfully over here. So we have ACF installed successfully over here. Now we can go ahead and then start designing or start working on our website. Okay, so we can go ahead and create a header, a footer. We can go ahead and add all custom post types that we want to add, and we can go ahead and do everything that we want to do. Alright guys, so now what we are going to do is to create a header and footer. So as you can see over here, this is our header over here, and then this is our footer. Okay, so one thing about Elementor Pro is that when you have Elementor Pro, there are also other templates that comes with Elementor Pro, and we're going to use some of them to create our header and then footer. So we're going to go ahead and then go into template over here, and we're going to go into the theme builder. Okay, so we click on theme builder over here, and we are going to go ahead and then set our header and then footer. So this is the header and this is the footer, right? And this is the header and this is the footer. So I'm going to go ahead and click over here, and we're going to add new footer. All right, so once we open over here, we're going to see these blogs over here. Okay, so this is what some templates that we can be able to kickstart or use to kickstart our website. So over here, what we can do is we can click over here and then search for the kind of blogs or templates that you want. Okay, and because you are creating header, automatically the header has been set for us over here, and we can be able to choose any header that we want. Now we're going to use this particular one over here, so that is exactly what we are going to use. So I'm going to click on insert and click on apply over here. We will be able to use this header and then redesign it to suit what we want. Okay, and automatically, as you can see, we have our menu, which is the main menu, already set up over here for us. And if we move the structure from here, this is the how do you call it, the button over here. Okay, and this is our logo. Okay, and these are some other items that we can be able to use to showcase our address, our telephone number, and then our email address. And then we can also showcase our search bar, and then also our social icons also over here. So let's get busy and then redesign this whole thing to suit what we have over here as quickly as possible. So we're gonna go over here, and then first of all we're gonna click over here, and then we are going to choose logo, right? We're going to choose logo. So we click over here, and we'll have to select logo. So we can delete this one and then reinstall a new one or re-upload a new one. So we're going to go over here, and I'm going to go into this place, and I have this kind of images that I want to use for the website. So I'm going to just click over here, come over here, and then drag all into this space. Okay, so I'll upload all the images that I want to use into the website, so that it will be quickly, I can be able to select any image that I want to select as quickly as possible. So let's go ahead and do it as quickly as possible. All right, guys, so we have our images uploaded. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one, because this is the logo that we're going to use, and I'll select it over here, and we're going to see it over here. Okay, so let's go to style over here, and then of course you can be able to change the width or whatever it is. So let's say we want to change it to 200. This is how it's going to be like. And if I want to change the height also to, let's say, 60, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so I think I like this one. This is okay for me. Now I can go over here and also change this one. So instead of more information, I'll say maybe get a quote. Okay, I'll say get a quote, and I can go over here. Okay, and then I can be able to change this particular how do you call it, colors and all those things. So this is the text color. I want to change it to white over here, and this one, the background, I'll give it gradient over here, and this one is my colors over here. So I'm going to copy this one, and I'm going to use let me say this one over here. Let me see how this one looks like. Okay, and then I'm also going to use the move or the violet. I'm going to come over here and change this one to this. Okay, and then I'll change the angle. Let me set it to 100 to see how it looks like. So this is it, and you can also change the location to any one that you want. So if you want to change the location like this, you can also go ahead and do so. Now of course you can even change the padding and all those things. Okay, and that is it. Now if you come over here, you see that this one is set to what, pop up, right? It means that when you click on it, something is going to pop up for you. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this one, and set this one to the get a quote link. Okay, so this one is going to be the get a quote link over here. And then you see that if I hover on it, this is how it looks like. Now if I hover on it, I want the color to be, the text color to be white over here. And let me see how this one looks like. And I want this one also let's say to change to the blue color. Okay, so let's look at how this one looks like. So if you hover, nothing happens, right? Yeah, but I want something to happen, or if I want nothing to happen also, I can let it be. So let's say if I hover, I want it to change to blue. Okay, so if you hover, you can decide to change it to blue. Okay, and see, let's take it to this side, and if you hover, it's gonna be something like this, right? Yeah, so let's say if we hover, we want all to be blue. Okay, so if you hover, this is how it's going to be like, right? So this is something you can use to change the things that you want. And then also the padding, we're going to change the padding to something like this. I'm going to just give here the right 40 or maybe 30, and the left also 30. Okay, so this is quite okay. And if you come this way, this is how it looks like, and you are good to go, right? Yep. Okay, so let's see how this one looks like. So this one too, I want to change this one from 12 1200 to 1280. Okay, 1280. And with this also, I want to change it to 1280. Okay, and okay, so this is quite okay for me. And also on the top over here, I can go ahead and change everything over here. So I'm going to go ahead and change something over here on this particular container. You see, this is the main header, and inside it we have the top header and then the main header also over here. So I'm going to go over here and then change this one to gradient, and then also change here, like let me just go ahead and change this one to this. Okay, and copy this color over here, and I'm going to change this one also to this. Okay, now of course you can decide to save this one. Okay, so I'm going to save this one as V global, meaning Violet global. I'll create it and come over here, and then also save this one as what, B global, meaning blue global, and then I'll also save it. All right, so now let me just switch the location, so or the angle. Okay, so the angle, I'm going to make it like 100. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like. So let's go over here, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. So you can go ahead and even temper with this one a little bit, okay, depending on how you want it. All right, so I mean, it's going to be something like this, which is quite okay, quite similar to what we have over here, and we are good to go. Okay, so what we can do is to change this one over here. So I'm going to click over here, and as you can see, we can change this one, change this one to something like this, and then go over here. So I'm going to copy this one, come here and change it to this, and then come here, copy this one, come this way, and also change it to this. All right, so we're gonna have something like this, which is similar to what we have. And then with this one, you can add your social links also, right? So click on it, and then you add your link over here. Okay, any link that you want to add, just add it over here. You click on it, you add it over. If you want to add more, you can also either duplicate this one and then come over here. Let's say you want to add an Instagram, so Instagram, this one over here, choose it, and as you can see, you have Instagram also over here. So maybe you want to remove this one, and when you add the Instagram over here, you can decide to stretch the container also. So this is the container over here, and this is also the container over here. And as you can see, this one goes this way, this one goes that way. And let's look at so this is the container, and we can decide to change the width from 180 to, let's say, 220. And as you can see, everything becomes normal over here. Okay, so everything depends on you, how you want to do it, right? Now, whatever you are doing, make sure that it is mobile responsive. Now, the reason why we use this template is that they've already created the mobile responsiveness for us already, so we don't need to hustle about it. So we click over here, and as you can see, everything is what mobile responsive, right? So all what we need to do is to make sure that we align it the way we want it, and we are good to go. So over here, let's just give the space between us 10 over here, and everything becomes normal. If you click over here also, everything is what is normal, and you are good to go, right? You can also go over here and then change this one from 100 to 150 just to make it a little bit big for you. Okay, so I mean, everything looks fine, everything looks great, and we are good to go. Let me change this one to 130, and it's quite okay. All right, so I think we are good to go with the header. If you come over here, let's change this one to 150. Okay, yeah, and make this one 70. Okay, I'll come over here, and this one is also good. All right, so all what you need to do is to publish it. Okay, so we're going to publish it. So we click on publish over here, and as you can see, we need to set up conditions for it. So the condition is where do you want this particular header to be, right? So we add a condition over here, and you can include it on the entire site, right? So, or you can also include it on archives or singlets. Now, archives will be like maybe blog posts archives or any other archives that you want. Now, singlets will be like pages and other stuff. Okay, so we want it to be on the entire site over here, and we can click on save and close. And just like that, we've created our header, and we are good to go. Now, let's go to the home page over here and refresh the website. And as you can see, we now have our header done for us, and we are good, similar to just as we have over here. Okay, so all what we need to do is to also change this ones over here. So you see, we forgot to work on this colors and other stuff, because this one's looks different over here. So first of all, let's go to this particular icon over here, and let's click on site settings over here. Now, the reason why I'm clicking on site settings is because we want to set the colors and the font so that whenever we are ready, we can, just choose the colors that we want. So I'm going to click on global over here, and we have some V global and other stuff over here, but I just want to set some few other colors. So the primary color, okay, I'm going to choose the color that we use for the V global, right? The V global over here. So that's going to be my primary color over here, and then the secondary color, I'm going to use a darker color over here, and then the text color, I'm also going to be using something a little bit of dark. Okay, so this one, let me just use dark, so it's going to be my secondary color. And then the accent, I'm going to use the violet. Okay, the V global. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here and choose this one. So these are the colors that I've set up for it, but you can add different ones if you want. And then I can click on save over here. So I'm going to go back over here. Let me go to my font over here. So you can set up your primary font, your secondary font, your text font, and all those kind of stuff. So with my text font, I want it to be Inter, okay, and I want it to be 17 pixels, okay. With my primary font, I also want it to be Poppins, so I'm going to use it for the Poppins, and I want it to be, let's say, 55, right? That's going to be my primary font. And then you can choose secondary font if you want. You can also choose accent font if you want. All of them, I'm going to use the accent. I'm going to use Inter, okay, Inter, and I'll use 17, so I can be able to edit it anytime I want. This one also, I'll use Inter, okay, and then I'll use 17. All right, so I think all is good for me now. All I need to do is to click on save changes, and then I'll go back over here and then work on my typography. So over here, the text color for my body, I'm going to click over here. The text color for my body, I'm going to click over here and choose this one. The links colors, of course, you can choose anything that you want. So if there are links and other stuff you want, you can click over here and you can choose your link color. Okay, so let's say our links color, we're going to choose this one. Okay, and then typography, we can also go ahead and then set any, let's say, the accent. With this typography, I'm going to set text over here. With the header, the H1, I'll choose this one, and then the typography is going to be primary, right? With the H2 also, you can choose this one. The typography, you can set it up anyhow you want. So I'm going to choose primary, and then later on I'll change this one from 55 to let's say 45. Okay, so H3 also, I'll choose this one. I'll choose primary and then set it to I'll set it to 35. That is for H3. All right, so now I'm good. I just want H1 to H3. I'm good to go. So you can even check the hover and all those kind of stuff. Okay, it all depends on you, right? All right, so now that we are done, we can click on save changes over here, and we can go over here and then click on buttons also over here. So for the buttons, we're going to use this particular gradient over here, and for the first color, we'll use we're going to use this one over here, and for the second color, we'll also use the accent over here. Okay, and then we will make sure that this one is 100. Okay, and then the button, we're going to have no border radius. We're going to have 30 on the right, 30 on the left, and then 20. Okay, so the padding, that is how it's going to be like. And with the typography, we'll go ahead and choose the Inter. So we're going to go ahead and choose secondary for the typography. Okay. All right, so if you like, also we can even give it a border radius. All depends on how you want it. So for the border type, also you can click on solid, and for the border, you can give it 1 over here. And then the color, we can also go ahead and give it this color over here. All right, so I think we are good to go. Let's see if there is hover also over here. So if you want to hover, okay, so for the text we didn't give it a color, so I'm going to give it white color over here. And then for the hover, if somebody hovers on it, the text should be white, and we're going to have this color over here, and we'll have primary over here, and then also primary over here. And I think, yeah, all is all right, and we are good to go. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. And go back over here. Now I'm doing all this basically so that everything becomes what nicely whenever you are designing. Okay, so you can also have a site you know, background and all those things, site identity, site background and all those things. So if you want to change the site background over here, you can go ahead and change the site background. So background over here, you can click on it, and then you can give it any kind of background that you want. So let's say I want to give it blue, and it's going to be blue over here. Okay, so it means that everything that we're going to, you know, be writing on a blue background. Of course, we can click over here and then change the background. So let's click over here, and I want to change the background to maybe something like this. Okay, something like this. So I'm gonna copy this one. All right, and with the mobile also, yeah, we can change it to something like this, and we can what, click on save. And then I'll come over here to global colors over here, and what I'll do is I'm going to add this one to it. So I'll add this one over here, and I'm going to name this one SBG, which is the site background. Okay, which is the site background. Now you can go ahead and add different colors to it if you want, right? And I can also click over here and give it you know, all white over here, and then say maybe white, right? So I want this one to be white. Okay, so I can be easily picking them anyhow I want to pick them. Okay, so you can, you know, go ahead and choose all colors that you want anyhow, so that when I save it over here, I can come over here and let's see, let me see which one I need to also work on again. Layout and all those things. So let's see the layout. So with the layout also, I want all the content to be 1280. Okay, so you can lay out all the content to be 1280 over there, and then I'm going to just click on save over here. All right, so now I can go back, and I can click on this one, and now we are good to go. So guys, as you can see, we have these colors even showing over here in our how do you call it, in this particular small buttons over here. Okay, so that is it. So now we can go ahead and click on this one, go to its style over here, and then, you know, the text color, we can change it to our secondary over here, which is the text color over here. And the typography we can also change it to this secondary over here. Okay, and yeah, the space between, I want to change it to, let's say 30, or let's make it 40, right? And then let me see. Okay, And then when you hover over here, the text want it to be blue, the pointer also should be blue. And then when it is active, you want the text to be blue, and then the pointer also should be blue. All right, so now everything looks fine. You can look at drop down and all those kind of stuff, how you want it to be. You can be able to change it if there is a drop down. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. So let's publish it and go to the home page over here and then refresh it. Now we have something similar to this one. Okay, so that is exactly what we want it to be. And you can go ahead and do all the changes that you want it to be on your website. Okay, so now that we have this header set up, now let's go ahead and see how we can also quickly create our footer. So I'm going to come over here, go to theme builder again, and I'm going to go ahead and then quickly go ahead and set up my footer. So I'm going to click over here and on the footer, click on add new to add new footer. So you see that we are creating everything from scratch with the help of those templates that we have. Okay, so I'm going to go through all these templates over here, and what I'll do is I'm just going to pick one. Okay, so I'm going to pick this particular template over here, click on insert, click on apply. All right, so when you scroll down, this is our template over here, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so you can go ahead and then change everything that you want to change. So let's scroll down and see. So as you can see, we have this one over here. So I'm going to just go ahead and then change this one. So we have this one, which is the main address over here. So I'm just going to copy this one, come over here and then paste it over here. We have this telephone number also over here, so I'm just going to copy this one, come over here and then paste it over here. Okay, and then we have the email address also, so we can go ahead and copy this one and come over here and paste it over here. Okay, now we can decide to also add something over here. So I'll click over here and then search for social, and then I'll come and place it underneath this one. Right, I'll make sure that let's see how this one looks like. I'll make sure that it is aligned left, and I'll go over here and change this one to custom colors, change this one to this color, and then change the secondary color also to white. Okay, and then the size, you can adjust the size anyhow you want it, and the border radius, I'm going to make it 150, and let's say the size to be 20, the size will be 20. So this is how it's going to be like. Right now, of course, if you want it to hover, with a hover you can change the primary to this, and then the secondary also to white, so that when you hover on it, it's going to be something like this. Now if you want hover animation, you can also give it a hover animation. So I'm going to give it the bob. Okay, so that when you hover, it's going to be something like this. Right, so this makes it very nice and very beautiful whenever you are using it. Okay, so when you go to the content also, you can add your social links also to it. So this is a link, you can add it to it. You can also add the link to it. You can also add a link to it. So if you want to add more, you can go ahead and click here, change this one to, let's say, Instagram. Okay, you can insert your Instagram over there and everything works fine. All right, so over here also we can change our logo over here. So I'll click over here and then choose my white logo. So I'm going to choose the white logo, and as you can see, this is how it looks like. Now I don't want it to be that small, so I'm going to give it bigger, kind of let me make it like a 200. Okay, or maybe 250. Okay, so this is quite okay, and you can give your description over here the way you want it. Now you can also set your opening and all those things, and then also over here you can set your your subscription and all those kind of stuff. So email over here, and we're gonna go ahead, change the button and all those kind of stuff. So I'm gonna come here and go to buttons over here, and over here let me see with the text padding. Let me see if it works. Okay, so we can be able to change the text padding and all those things. So just going to make sure that there is space around it so that it will be nice, right? So this is quite okay. So if you look at it, it makes sense, right? Now when you hover on it, this is the border. This is let me see the hover over here. When you hover on it, this one, I want it to be here. So this is quite okay. All right, so now we are good to go. We are this thing is almost done. Now the last one that we want to do is we want to create another. If you look at it, there's this other other how do you call it, other section over here. Okay, so I'm going to just create it quickly. I'm going to add this one big container over here, and we will change the color of this container to this gradient over here. So we're going to make this one, and we change this one to also this one, and we change this one to 100, or you can change it to 280. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, 280, sorry. And then what again? Yeah, so you can either drag in the location anyhow you want it to make sure that your location becomes wherever this one is, wherever you want it to be bigger becomes bigger, right? So just like how we have it over here. So this one is 100, so let me just make it 100 over here. All right, so now let me just make sure that this one becomes bigger. So now we can add anything that we want to add. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how it looks like. Okay, so we can go ahead and add anything that we want to add. So I'm gonna go over here and then drag in heading widget over here, or I can decide to delete this one and drag in a text widget over here. Okay, so this is a text widget, and what does it say? It says powered by. So I'm gonna come over here and paste it this one. Now this one we just used how do you call it, we just highlighted this one and then use this link over here. Okay, and then we typed in Kitech Digital over here. Okay, and then we clicked on apply, so it will be a link. Okay, and when we come over here, we can put it in the middle, change the link color to white, change this one also to white. You can change this one to maybe 14. Okay, go ahead and be changing everything that you want to change. Okay, so that everything becomes the way you want it. So you can go ahead and change this one. I don't know why the links are not changing, but it's supposed to change. All right, so I'm going to leave it as this. So when you hover, you can go over here, and then when you hover, you can decide to change this one to any color that you want. Okay, so the hover over there, and then let's see if it's okay. Yeah, it's quite okay. So what I'll do is I'll click over here, come over here and put everything in the middle. Okay, and then I will go over here and just give here a padding of 5 or 10. Let me see. Okay, so let me give it a pattern of 15. Okay, so 15 is quite okay. And yeah, if you like, you can go ahead and even just say maybe copyright blah 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 blah. You can put it over here, right? So let's say copy right maybe 2025. Okay, and then you say powered by blah blah blah, anyhow you want it. And we can go ahead and then click on publish. And when you click on publish, you're going to set a condition for it, and you say entire site, and just like we did for the header, you publish it. Okay, now if you go to the home page over here and refresh it, this will now change to something like this. Okay, so now we have our header and footer set up successfully, and we are good to go. Now you see that there is more space over here. We can go ahead and even change the space that is over here. So I'm just going to go ahead over here and go to advanced over here, and this is what in percentage. So I'm just going to leave it to 5%. Okay, and publish it. Right, now let's look at how it appears on mobile and tablet. So this is good, and this is also good. So I think everything looks good, everything looks perfect, and we are good to go. So when we come over here and refresh it, all right, so now we have something like this. Okay, so now that we have something like this across all pages, so this is home page, the about page, this is services page, this is portfolio page, this is the blog page, this is the testimonial page, this is the contact page, and this is the get to quote page. So we have all of this across all pages. So we are done with our header and footer, and we are good to go to take it a step further by creating our home page. Okay, so we're going to create this particular home page that we see over here, this one over here. So that's exactly how we are going to do it. So let's go ahead and quickly start creating our home page. All right, guys, now before we start creating the home page, I want us to create the other templates that we're going to use in support of the home page and other pages. Okay, so that when we start creating the home page, it will be easy for us. For instance, if you look over here, this over here is a loop carousel over here, which we need to have. Okay, we need to have this loop carousel. We need to even have the testimonial post type, and then we need to also have the portfolio post types also, so that we can be able to link it, and then a portfolio a single page template also, so that we can be able to link it on the home page whilst we are creating the home page, so that it will be smooth for us in dealing with the home pages and other pages. So we're gonna go ahead, and then I'm going to exit to WordPress. So you click over here to exit to WordPress, and then over here what we're going to do is since we've already installed the ACF, so we are going to go ahead, scroll down to where ACF is, and we're going to go ahead and click on post types. Now remember that we are creating two post types. Okay, so two post types, that is what we are creating. Now we are creating one which is for testimonial post type, and then we are also creating one which is for testimonial post type, and we are creating one which is also for the portfolio post type. Okay, so what we are creating first is the testimonial. Now we need a post type that can be able to showcase the client name, the the client kind of workplace, and then also the description, and then we also have the stars also over here. Okay, that's exactly what we need. We need this kind of post types. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so once we are over here, we're going to click on add new post type over here, and then we label it as testimonial. So I'm going to just label it as testimonials. Okay, or testimonial. So this is the plural, so testimonials. And then we have the singular over here, which is testimonial. And then we click outside, or we click inside this one, and it will just bring this one over here for us. Okay, if it doesn't, just repeat this one with small letters. So post type key. And then we also have taxonomy. So if you want a taxonomy, you can select the taxonomy that you want, maybe category or whatever it is of the testimonial that you want. But I don't need any taxonomy. If you want it to be public, you can publicly visible in the front end and the admin dashboard, you can click it over here. And then if you want advanced configuration, you can also click it over here, and then you can be able to see all these things. Okay, so title, editor, featured image, and all those kind of stuff, you can be able to see it over here. Now the labels also, you can also be able to see everything over here. If you want to change it, you can change it over here. Now after that, I'm just going to the visibility. Let's look at visibility also over here. So whatever thing that you want to change, especially with the menu icon, I just want to use this one as a testimonial. Okay, and everything is okay. I'll click on save changes over here. All right, so now that you create it, after creating it, you're gonna see it over here. Okay, so you can add new testimonial, but we want to add some fields. Okay, so custom fields also will be added to that particular post type. So we've created a post type, which is this one over here, but we want to add a field. Okay, now what field do we want to add? So we want to add a field over here, which we can have this 5 or the stars over here. For this one, we can use the the content side of the post type. And then we also want to with this one, we can also use the featured image, but we also want to have something like the this particular, the name, the client name, and then also the client kind of workplace or something. Okay, so we want to have all this one also there. So basically what we are going to do is you're going to have this one over here, but if you don't have it, you're going to have something like a field group over here. You can use the field group to create fields. Okay, so I'm going to just click on add fields over here to add fields specifically for the testimonial post type. So the first field I'm going to use is a text over here, which the field name, I'll say maybe client name. Okay, client name. I'm going to just click outside, and it will duplicate, will just fill in this, automatically fill in this one without spaces. And then default value, you can click over there. Now after that, I also want to add another field which I'll also call it the maybe the project or the work or workplace or whatever it is. Okay, so I'm just going to add another field which I also say maybe client workplace. Okay, so I'll say client workplace. Okay, so I'll just click outside over here, and it's gonna be just the way I want it. Okay, so I'm gonna just click on this one. So we have client name, client workplace, and then the last one I will add is also a number. I'm going to just add a number over here, and with the number I'll say client star rating. Okay, so I'll say star rating. I'll click outside. The default value, you can choose it over here. Okay, so the default value or the star rating value should be, let's say maybe 5. That is the default. Okay, and over here you can go ahead and do the settings over here. So as you can see, we have this shows in the post type, it's equal to this, and it's testimonial. And when you come over here, you can be able to set up all the things that you want to set up. This is the group settings also over here. You can be able to set it up over here. So everything is okay, everything is fine. Now let's go to, under this particular one, we want to go to validation over here. So with the validation, is it required? Yes, we say it is required. The minimum value is 1 and the maximum value is 5. Okay, so that is it. And then the presentation, you can put an instruction over here. You can put a placeholder over here, and you can do anything that you want to do over here. Conditional logic, you can also set up a conditional logic for. Now of course, you can do it for all of them. Okay, validation, is it required? You can say yes, it is required. Presentation, you can put everything over here. Okay, you can do all for all. Client name also, you can say maybe it is required. Okay, and do all the presentation and conditional logic the way you want it. Okay, so once it is done, and once we've set up this location rules equals to testimonial, meaning that we want this fields to show just under the testimonial post type. Okay, so we'll click on save changes over here, and when we go over here and then we click on add new testimonial, now you see that we have this meta fields over here, or meta boxes over here, which we have testimonial fields, and then we have client name, client workplace, and then the star rating over here. So as you can see, we can go ahead and create our our how do you call it, our testimonial. So the first testimonial that we want to create is from Love Samuels. So we go over here and then we say Love Samuels. Okay, and then we can add in any field that we want to add in. So let me just go ahead and just come over here and just say Lorem Ipsum. Okay, so Lorem Ipsum generator, and I'm gonna go inside and just copy some few text over here. So let me just copy something randomly. Okay, so let me come over here and then click on generate, and then I'll copy something randomly. Okay, just over here, copy it, come over here and come and paste it over here, right? And then the client name is Love Samuels, and then workplace, what is the workplace? It's University of Ghana. And then the star rating, let's see, the star rating is 4, so we're gonna say 4. Okay, and we'll come over here and then add set a featured image. So we're gonna go over here and we're gonna set featured image for it. So let's see. Okay, so this lady over here is what we use. All right, so after that we can click on publish to publish it. Okay, so now when we go to all testimonials over here, we're going to see that we have one over here which is from Love Samuels. Now we can go ahead and add another testimonial which is also from Esther Sari. So we're gonna just go ahead and click Esther Sari and put in our testimonial over here, and then the client name, the same thing, Esther Sari. Workplace is template seller, so template seller, and then the rating is 5. Now the next one is also over here. We also add an image for it, so we're gonna use this image and we publish it. Okay, so the next one is also we're gonna add new testimonials over here, and that one will also be copy Evans, and then we choose this one. We also fill in Kobe Evans. The workplace is what is the workplace? Okay, Kitech Digital. So Kitech Digital, and then the rating is 5, and we go over here to set up this one, and we click, and then we click on publish to publish it. So we set up all our 3 testimonials. Okay, so we are good to go. Now let's go ahead and create the next post type, which is also for the portfolio. So we hover on ACF over here, and then we click on post types. All right, so we're going to add a new post type over here, and this one we say portfolio. Okay, so portfolio, and then over here we also use portfolio, and portfolio taxonomies. We can choose the kind of, maybe we can use category. We can choose any category that we want to, category of portfolios that we have. So maybe SEO portfolio, we can have how do you call it, we can have SEO portfolio, we can have any kind of portfolio, you can have website portfolio, you can have digital marketing portfolio. You can choose category for it. Okay, but I'm just going to leave it as it is because I don't need all those kind of stuff. And advanced over here, you can come over here, and then also you can have accept, you can have revision, you can choose to have comment on, all those things, and then you can also have post format. Okay, so you can be able to set up your categories and other stuff also over there. But since we don't have all those things, I'm just going to leave it as it is over here. And then the labels, you can set it up, visibility, all those things you can be able to set it up. I'm just going to leave it as it is, and I'll go ahead and click on save changes. Okay, so now that we've done it, we want to add some custom fields to it. I'm going to click add fields, and these are the group name is the portfolio fields. Now the first one, let's look at the fields that we want to add. So we have project title, client, project duration, project overview. Okay, and then we also have this one is going to be the main one. We also have tools and technology use. We have projects. Okay, and then we also have this one, which is view website. Okay, so let's start with the project title first. So we're going to go ahead and add this one, which is going to be the project title. But the project title, you can also make sure that it is just the title. Okay, just the title. So we can skip the project title up and then come to client. So we're going to have client. So this one is going to be client, and then default value, we're going to leave it as it is. Now you can have validation if it is compulsory or required, presentation, conditional logic, and all those things. Okay, so we choose text. The field type is text. Okay, make sure that you choose that one. Now that you're done with this one, we're going to add a new one, which we also call it let's see, the project duration, right? The project duration. So the project duration also, we're going to use text. So we put it over here. That is the project duration, and you can also make it required or not. I'm going to leave it as it is, and we are good to go. Okay, so the next one also is project overview. Okay, so the project overview can be like a short description of the project. Okay, so we're going to add this field over here, which we will use a text area over here, or we can even use the this particular one, which is the WYSIWYG. Okay, so I'm going to use a text area and then put this one over here, and I'm good to go. All right, so another one that we're also going to have is view website. So we're gonna have a link, okay, URL over here. Okay, so we can use the URL. Make sure that you can also have this link, okay, which is relational. Okay, so whichever way that you want it, but I'm going to use this URL over here, and I'll say maybe website link. Okay, so or project link, right? So let me just say project link. Okay, and I'll leave it as it is, and I'll add a new one, and the new one that we're going to add is also called tools and technologies used. So I'm gonna come over here, and also I'm gonna change this one to let me use this editor and choose this one and say tools and technologies used. And yeah, so this one too, I'm going to leave it over there, and I'm going to come to another one, which that one will say images. Okay, so we're going to just add images. So over here we can go ahead and add image. Okay, so image over here, we can go ahead and add the image. So this is the image, and we click on add images. Okay, so you can add as many images that you want. So is it going to the return, is it going to be an image array, image URL, or image ID? We're going to leave it as image you know array. Okay, so that is it. So I think this one is quite okay now. So this one, I'm going to name it project images, project image 1, project image 1. Okay, if you have the gallery, if you are using the pro, you can be able to use the gallery, right? So but since we are using the free version, we're going to just if you are using the pro, you can be able to go ahead and use the image gallery, which is this one. Okay, but since we are using the free version, we're going to limit it to project image over here. Okay, and I think that's quite okay for us. So project images over here, and yeah, so I'm going to just say image 1, project image 1, project image 1, and then I can duplicate this one and make it project image 2. Okay, so I'm just going to add 3 images over there, project image 2, and then I duplicate this one also and make it project image 3, project image 3, project image 3. Okay, so this one should be 2, and this one should be 3. Okay, so now that we have this ones, let's see if there is also another thing that we have to do again. Okay, so I think these are all the images that we'll be using, and I'm sure it's quite okay. All right, so now that we have this one, we can go ahead and make sure that it is equal to portfolio. We are just assigning it to this one, and check out all the settings that you have to check, and everything, and then click on save changes. All right, so this is the portfolio over here, and as you can see, we can add a new portfolio also over here. Now what I want to do is I want to go to post types over here and change the the icon over here. Okay, so I'm going to go to edit portfolio, and I'm going to go to visibility over here, and then I want to use something like briefcase or bag. Let me just search in well to see if I can find anything which is related to the portfolio. Okay, so I'm going to use this one over here, this particular one over here, and I click on save changes. All right, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. Okay, so now this is quite okay for me, and I'm good to go. So now let's go ahead and add some few portfolios. So we're going to click on add new portfolio, and these are new portfolio over here. So this is how it looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here. This is how it looks like. So we have this one over here, which is going to be a title. So the first of all, we have the title, which is university website. So we're gonna go ahead and paste it over here, and the main description is going to be this particular one over here. So you can just copy, and then I'm just going to copy, put your main description over here, and the next one, let's concentrate on the left side, which is the product details or project details. So we have project title, client, and all those things. So we're going to leave this one out. We're going to go to client, which is University of Ghana. So to be able to get this, we have to this is meta boxes, so we have to click over here, and then we're going to see all these ones. So the client, we'll add it over here. Project description, project duration. What is the duration? 6 months. So we want to say 6 months. Project overview, you can add your own overview also over here. Project overview over here, so you add your overview over here, and then project link, so you can add your own link also over here, and then technologies used. So all the technologies that you use, you can be able to put them all over there. Okay, so all the technologies that you use, just make sure that you put them all over here. Right, so I don't know why this one is not working, but I'm going to switch to text, and as you can see, I can be able to write it over here. When I come over here, I don't know why it's not showing over here, but we're going to use the text over here, and it will show over here. Okay, so don't worry too much about it. So these are the technologies used, and then the project image. So we can click over here, and we can look for the project image. So let's look over here. This is the project image. I'm going to just download it, okay, and put it inside this one. All right, so this is the project image. So I'm going to come over here, open this one, and then just put it over here. So this is our project image over here. So I'm going to just add it over. You can add as many project images that you want, and then when you come over here also to the other side, you see university website. You see this one, which is the set featured image. We're going to set the same image as our featured image. Okay, the featured image is the one that shows over here. Okay, over here. So that is what basically it. So now we have everything set up, so we can just click on publish to publish it. Let's say it's one field required. So what is the field that is required? Oh, okay, so this particular one, we just need to make sure that we put a link over there. Okay, so I'm just going to put a link over here. So I'm just going to put a link over here, and I'm going to publish it. And as you can see, it has been published. Okay, it has been published over here. All right, so now everything is quite all right. Now if I click on over here to view the portfolio, see, this is how it shows. Okay, it will only show the ones that we use the native WordPress to create. Okay, it's not going to show anything else, the custom fields and all those things. So if you want it to be like this, then we need to make sure that we set a template for it. We design our own template and using Elementor Pro to be able to show everything that we want to show. Okay, and that is basically it. So we're going to go ahead and then do that quickly as possible. Now, first of all, let's set the template. We want to set the template, and then after setting the template, we'll set some few other templates that we will need. For instance, we need the grid, okay, carousel for the testimonials. We also need the template for this one, and then also the portfolio, also website template. Okay, so we need all these ones over here, and then we also need the blog template also. Okay, so we have to set up all those things for our website to move on as quickly as possible, and then we can go ahead and start creating our home page and all that. All right, so let's set up the grid first. Okay, or the grid for the testimonial, and then the loop grid for the testimonial, that is the loop carousel for the testimonial, and then also the loop grid for the portfolio. Okay, and later on we can go ahead and then start designing our home page, and we can go ahead and then do the rest that we want to do. All right, so we're gonna go over here, and I'm going to go ahead to template over here, and then go to theme builder. Okay, so I'll click on theme builder over here, and it's going to take me to the theme builder over here. So first of all, the only theme the only template that we've created is the how do you call it, the header and then the footer template. And we want to create single post template. Okay, we need to create single post template. We need to also create some loop, okay, items, and then we also need to create some archive template. Okay, these are very, very important. So single post template, archive template, and then loop items. Okay, now let's go ahead and start with the loop item first. So I'm going to click on loop item over here, click on this one to add a new item. All right, so with the loop, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one, okay, over here to start creating my let me go to over here for you. This is not what I want. Let me go to the testimonials. Okay, so this is what we want over here. So we want to create something like this. Okay, so let's go over here and see if this one can be able to create it. If not, then we have to create our own thing. So I'm going to just close this one. Okay, I'm going to close this one. All right, and I'm going to come over here, click on this one, click on this particular one over here, and what I'll do is I'll also click here, and then I'll bring in a container inside this one, and within this container, that is where I'm going to set up everything in. So over here we have this, and then this one. Okay, so I'll give one container over here and another container over here inside this main container. So I'm going to click on this one and then drag in one container over here and duplicate this one to make it two different containers. And then over here I'll just bring in let's say heading over here. Okay, so I'm going to bring in a heading over here, and then underneath this one I'm going to bring in a text widget over here. So this heading I'm going to just come over here, click on this one. I'm going to use this one, and then just click over here and change this one to maybe 25. Okay, and then come over here, go to content over here, and then over here I'm going to use dynamic links. Okay, dynamic tags, sorry. So you remember the last time we talked about dynamic tags when we were talking about Elementor Pro. I'm going to just click over here and I'll scroll down to ACF field. Okay, ACF field, and I'll click on this over here. And I'll click over here and then I'll go to star rating, right? I'm going to go to star rating over here, and as you can see, I'm supposed to see some ratings over here, but you see it's not working, right? So it means that we cannot use this one over here. So I'm going to just close over here, delete, or maybe not delete first. I'm going to come over here and look for what we call star over here, and I'm going to come over here, put it over here, and then delete this one first. Okay, then I'll come over here and you see the rating over here. I'll use dynamic tags over here. Go to ACF field number, click over here and search for star rating and add it over here, and we are supposed to have that star rating over here. Okay, so the scale is 5 and blah 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 and all those kind of stuff, and I can come over here and change the the colors, all that. So with the colors, I'm going to use this, and then the one which is on Mac, I'll use this one. All right, so I want to be able to show what I'm showing, right? I want it to pull up all the things that I want. So what I'll do is I'll click on loop item settings over here, go to preview settings over here, and then come over here and then choose testimonial, right? And then I'll click on, if I come to query to, I can query it, which is a post. Okay, but the preview is what we select or preview specific post or item, which is testimonial. So you can even select the testimonial that you want to preview. I can apply and preview it. All right, so guys, as you can see, now we will be able to add everything successfully over here. So now we have this one. Now over here also, we can click on this one and go to dynamic tags over here, scroll down to ACF. Okay, click on this one, change this one, and then go to what again? So we have okay, so with this one we don't need ACF, right? We don't need ACF. All what we need to do is to click on dynamic tags over here, and then what we will need is let's say we have post SF, custom field, and all those kind of stuff. We have okay, so what I'll do is I'll come over here and then delete this one. Okay, I'm going to delete this one, and then I'm going to just scroll down and pick post content. Okay, so I'm going to pick post content over here. I'm going to put the post content over here, and as you can see, it will pull up the post content for this particular post for us. Okay, so that is it. So it will just pull up the post content for us. Now if you go over here also, we will need two different things. We need an image, and then we need also the name and then the workplace. Okay, so the name and then workplace. So I'm going to come over here and also add two different containers, right? So I'll add two different containers over here. I'm going to just make sure that they are all side by side each other. Over here I'm going to go ahead and unlink the padding over here. I'll do same for this one also. I'll unlink the padding, give it a 0 padding over here. I would also do same for this one also, give it a 0 padding. So it's going to be something like this. Now I'm going to bring in the structure so I can be able to locate which one I'm dealing with. Okay, so inside this one, I would love to bring in an image inside it. So you can either bring in a featured image. Okay, just drag in the featured image over here, and we'll pull in the specific featured image for you. Okay, this one over here. And when you come to this side also, what we are going to do is we will just drag in this particular heading text over here, come over here, make it like 25. Okay, and then let's go over here, go to dynamic tags, scroll down to ACF, come over here, click over here, and then client name will be here. So the client name will be here. Okay, if you don't want client name, you can bring client whatever it is. Okay, so client name will be here, and then we can just duplicate this one, and instead of client name, okay, instead of client name, we choose client workplace. So that is what Kitech Digital over here. So as you can see, guys, everything is working in place the way we want it. Now let's go and see how it is being designed. So this is like this. Okay, so we're gonna go over here, go to this one, change this one to maybe text, and then change this one to, instead of 25, we change it to maybe 15 or maybe 16. Okay, 16. And then yeah, so we can come over here to style, make it italic. Okay, so this is quite okay. But this one also, instead of 25, we can make it like an 18. Okay, 18. And then yeah, so what I would do is I'm gonna come over here, and what I would do is, let's come here and make this one maybe 40%, and then we make this one 60%. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. And with this one, we can go to a style, and with the width you can control it anyhow, but what I'm interested in is the border radius. So we can set up a border radius of, let's say, 14 for it, so that it's gonna be something like this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna put everything in the middle. So I'm gonna go over here and position everything in the middle like this. If I click on this one, if you don't take care, some of the words is gonna be in the middle like this. So I'm gonna just ignore this one and just make it like this. Now over here, what I'll do is I'll come here and set it to maybe 5. Okay, and then with this one also, I'm gonna come over here and set it to 10. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. If you feel you don't still feel okay with it, you can go ahead and change this one to, let's say, 30. Okay, and change this one also to 70, right? So this is quite okay. Now let's go ahead and just set up the padding between around this one to 20, and go to style over here, go to border, and set up the border radius to be 14, and change the border type to solid. Give this one 1, and let's see how this one is a blue. Okay, so we have this blue over here, and then we can go ahead and change this one to a primary color, and if you like, we can just make it something like this. So it's gonna be something like this, right? Let's see how it looks like. Okay, so something similar to this one, right? All right, so you can go ahead and even give the size and all those kind of stuff that you want. So the size for this one, you can give it the spacing. Okay, you can also give it if you want the size to be different, you can also give it. So let's give it the size of 20, and then the spacing of 15. Okay, so the content over here, and the icon also, you can decide to choose any icon that you want. So any icon that you feel is okay for you, you can go ahead and choose that particular icon. All right, but I'm going to just leave it as it is with this particular icon over here, and we are good to go. So we okay, so over here, let me just increase the size of the color a little bit. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Let's check this one also. Okay, 17. Now let's check it on other devices also. So I'm going to just reduce this one also. I'm going to reduce this one to be 14. Okay, and I'm going to come over here, come to this one and make it maybe 30. Come here, change this one to 65. Okay, so I think this is quite also okay. So this one looks okay. This one looks perfect. So this one is okay, and this one is also okay. All right, so now that we have this one done, we can go ahead and publish it. So we have our testimonials done. We can use it in our testimonial. This is the loop item. We can create a loop grid or a loop carousel and use it in anywhere we want to use it. Now we will need to also create another loop item. Okay, so we're gonna go back to the theme builder, and we're going to create another loop item for the portfolio. Okay, so how this will show over here. Okay, that is what we, so this is simple. We need this particular one, the name, the details, and then also the project over here. So that is exactly how we're going to do. So we go to loop item over here, and we click on add new. Okay, so first thing that we want to create is just an loop item. So I'm going to close this one. I'm going to create it from scratch. So we're going to click over here, click this one, use this one over here, and this is how it looks like. This particular item over here is what we are going to create. And then when we have multiple portfolios, it will take the same shape, the same design and everything for all the other portfolio. So we create one and we use it as a loop grid, and then it's going to show something like this. Okay, so it's also very simple to do. So what we are going to do is also go ahead and create, just like we did for the other one. We're going to create a container over here, duplicate, I'm not going to duplicate, I'm going to put another container inside this one. So it's going to be something like this, and then let's duplicate this container. Okay, so over here it's going to be an image, right? So we're going to click over here, and you can add in the featured image over here. Okay, so before that, let's go ahead and go to the settings over here, and over here we can change the title. So this is for portfolio, so portfolio loop, so portfolio loop. So we can go to the preview over here and just click on this one, and we can say portfolio. We can just choose portfolio over here, then just apply and preview. All right, so as you can see, we have our portfolio item over here. All right, so I'm just going to click over here, and let me see how this one looks like. Okay, so all right, so I'm going to come over here and leave it, just click here, and then I'm going to set a pattern of, let's say, 20. Okay, come over here and then just remove the padding from this particular container. Come over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it an all white background. Go to it, border over here. I'm going to give it a border radius of 14, and when you hover on it, I want it to have a box shadow also. So I'm just going to reduce the box shadow a little bit and still give it a border radius of 14. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. When you hover on it, it's going to be something like this, right? All right, so let's go ahead and create the other ones. I'm going to just unlink this one. Just click on this container over here, go to it advanced, and then unlink the padding over here, give it a padding of 0, or you can click over here to unlink all the values over here. It's gonna turn it to 0. All right, so now we have this one. So now what do we have? We need the name, the title, the the description, and then also the button over here. So we're gonna come over here, and we come over here, and then you can decide to give it the post title. Okay, you can decide to give it the post title. See, it comes university title. Come over here, change this one to 30 or maybe 25 over here, and let's go over here, and then we're gonna pick text editor over here, and we come here and we go to ACF. Okay, we choose this one, and we come over here and say project overview, and that is the overview that we are going to use over here. So you see, this is a project overview that we are using, and we are okay with it. So the next one is the button. So we're going to come over here and also choose a button over here. So we're going to drag in a button underneath over here. We have a button over here, so we can go over here and give it border radius of, let's say, 50, and we're gonna have something like this. All right, so with this button, let's go over here, content, and instead of click here, we're gonna say what? View project. Okay, so we say view project. Okay, and we can decide to even reduce it a little bit, and the link over here, we're gonna come to ACF URL. Oh no, that is basically the link. So we're gonna come over here and we will say post URL. Okay, so the post URL where the project is, so project post URL, and it will definitely give us the post URL for it. So we have this one, so I'm gonna just reduce this one a little bit. I'm gonna come over here, instead of 17, I'm gonna give it like 15 or 16. So let me just give it 16. All right, so with this one also, let's see if we can reduce the size a little bit. So this is a default one, so we're gonna give it 15 all around, and this one will be 25. Oh, sorry, 15, 15, 20, 20. Okay, so this is quite okay. Even this one, we can also reduce it to like 15 or so. Okay, so this is quite okay for a project, and we can go ahead and check it on how it looks like over here, and check it on how it also looks like over here. So with this one, if you think it's also quite not good, we can go ahead and reduce it to like 14. Okay, this is also going to be 18, and this will also going to be 14. So this is also quite okay, and when we are done, we can go ahead and publish it. All right, so basically we are okay with it. We are done with also our portfolio loop. Okay, so let's go back over here and go to the theme builder. Okay, so we want to also make sure that our portfolio loop, directly when you click on the link, it goes to the page that we want. Okay, the particular page that we want. So we have to create a template for that. Okay, so remember that when we created this portfolio, this is the university, this is how it looks like. And if you look at the university portfolio, okay, the university website portfolio, it looks like this, right? It looks like this, and we want to make sure that we have everything correctly done. But before that, since we've already been able to create the portfolio and all those loops, or what we want to do is to start creating our home page. and when we are done with the home page, we can be creating all those other templates that we want. So let's go ahead and start creating our home page. All right, so to be able to create our home page, we want to exit this page. So I'm going to click on this one to exit over here. Click here and then click on exit to WordPress. Okay, so now we are over here, and we'll go to pages, all pages, and we can go ahead and then start creating our home page. So this is our home page over here. Let's click on edit, and then we can go ahead to edit with Elementor. Okay, so let's go ahead to click on edit with Elementor. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and then start creating. Let's go over here, click on home over here, start creating the home page by session. So we're going to start with the hero section over here. Okay, so first of all, let's go over here and click on this plus icon, choose a container. Okay, we're going to choose a structure of a container. We're going to choose this particular one. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go to it advanced, unlink the padding over here, and then give it a padding of 80 at the top and then 80 at the bottom. Now we're going to come over here, and the minimum height we're going to give it like 800 pixels. Okay, so 800 pixels is quite okay. Now we're going to go to style over here, and we're going to choose slideshow. Okay, so we're going to add in some images over here for it to give us some kind of slideshow images that we want. So we're going to choose this one. Okay, this one, let's see, this one also, and what again, let's see this. Okay, and this particular one. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we have, okay, and this one also. So we have these three images that we are going to use, 1 2 3. Okay, so let's go ahead and then add all of them. So we have these three images over here, and I think this is quite okay. So we're gonna go ahead and add some background overlay. So I'm gonna click over here and just add some darker overlay kind of background to it. So I'm gonna give it like a 65. Okay, 65, which is quite okay. And inside this particular section, I'm going to add a container inside it. So we have this container over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just align the container at the start over here, and I'm going to center it also over here, and I'm going to put it row horizontal, right? So let me just center it and see if it will center. Oh, okay, so that is not exactly what I want. I want this particular main container, right? I want to go over here and then just center everything over here. Okay, so I'll remove this one, and with this particular container I'll give it let's say 50, right? So as you can see, this is how it's gonna be like. Okay, it's gonna be just like this. If I go over here and then let's say I center this one over here, it's gonna be right here. I want to make it at the start. Okay, and that is how it will be here, because I want all the words that I'm going to write should be here, right? Okay, so now I'm gonna come over here and then make this one, instead of 50, we're gonna make it like a 60. All right, so what do I want? I want to bring this particular words inside what I have done over here. So this container, so inside this container I'm going to bring in a heading text over here, and then I'll just add this text. So over here I'm going to change the color to white. Okay, and I'm going to change this one to 85, so something like this, or maybe 75, depending on how you want it. Okay, so let's see. So this is I'm sure it's 75. So we want it to be 75, and then over here we also add some bit of line height, which is also 85 to it. So this is quite okay. This is okay. So the next one is for us to also add text editor. So I'm going to add a text editor over here. So as you can see, guys, if you look at it very carefully, if I try to add something over here, nothing happens. Okay, this is because it will want to add it to this side. Okay, to this side. But what I want is I want this one to be like this, column vertical, not column horizontal. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead again and drag it over here, and as you can see, now everything is working perfectly. So we can just add our creative strategy, web design, branding and digital, whatever it is, also over here. So over here we can go ahead and change this one also to white. So we're gonna change it to white, change this one, maybe increase it a little bit, like maybe 19 or something like that, and we are good to go. Okay, so if we try to do it like this is how it looks like, right? All right, so we want to change this one. Okay, we want to change this one to 2880, so that it's going to be like this. Okay, it means that our settings that we did, it did not change to 1280. Okay, so we say we want it to be 1280. Okay, so that is exactly how it's going to be like. Now the next one that we want to bring is our button. So we're going to drag in our button over here, and guys, as you can see, this is our button over here. Because we've already designed most of the things, it's easy for us to be able to just bring it in and all that. So this one says view our work. Okay, so we're gonna say view our work. Okay, so that is it. Now before we bring in the button, because this is two different buttons over here, what we want to do is we want to bring a container inside this container, right? And we want to make sure that the container have this kind of thing. Row, it's supposed to be what? Row horizontal. Okay, so we're going to drag this one inside this one, and we can now duplicate this one to be something like this. And over here, I'll go over here and then remove this padding over here. So it's going to be something like this. Now all what we need to do is to make sure that our background color is not what we want. So we're going to go over here and change this color to this. Okay, transparent. Change this color also to transparent. Okay, and then when you hover on it, this is how it's going to be like. And then let's see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like, right? But we still do not want it that way. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see. Okay, so the border type, we're gonna make it solid over here. We're gonna change this one to primary, and we'll change this one to maybe 2. Okay, and then we want to change this one to maybe 4. So it's gonna be something like this, right? Okay, let's see. So this one looks good, this one looks good. Let's see this one also. All right, so we want to change this one a little bit. Okay, so this one will say get a quote, right? This one will say get a quote. So you say get a quote. All right, so let's see how it looks. Okay, all right, so the only thing is this one looks lighter, kind of a mauve color. Okay, so we want to change it to that kind of a color so that we can be able to have it. So the border color over here, we can go ahead and change it to the accent color over here, and try to blend it with that kind of a move color. Let's see how, yeah, so something like this. Okay, something like this. All right, so with this one, we're going to change this one link. We're going to link this one to the portfolio. So we'll search for the portfolio link, and this is it, page. And this one will go to the get a quote page. So this one also will go to get a quote. So the get a quote page, this one over here. Now let's go over here, and then when you hover on it, we want it to, just have some bob kind of animation. So this is the animation that we want. Okay, and let's see if you hover on this one. By hover on this one also, we have the bob animation. Okay, this one also will have its own bob animation. Over bob, so bob animation over here. All right, so guys, as you can see, everything looks perfect. Everything looks the way we want it. Okay, so basically we are good to go. Now make sure that whatever you are doing, you are making it mobile responsive and tablet responsive. It should be responsive in all devices. Okay, so if you go over here, you see how it looks like over here. It's not responsive, right? So we need to make sure that we make it responsive. So I'm going to go over here, come over here, unlink the padding over here, and then make top 40, bottom also 40, side and side 2020. That is the left right 2020. And with this one, I'm going to just go to here and then make it like an 80. Okay, and then reduce this a little bit to maybe 55. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. And then go over here and say maybe 1.4 or 1.2. Okay, and this one also, you can decide to reduce it anyhow you want. Instead of 19, you make it 17. Okay, so this is quite okay. And with this main container, you can go over here and then reduce this one to 600. So you see, I'll make it 500. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So then you can go ahead and even reduce this one small again, like 45, or let's make it like a 55, but increase this a little bit to like 600. Okay, so we're gonna have something like this, which we are okay with it. We do same for the mobile also. So for the mobile, this is also how it looks like. Okay, so we're gonna go over here and reduce this one to 35 or maybe 30. Okay, and I'm gonna just come over here, and then this container, I want to remove the padding from it, so it's gonna be something like that. So instead of 30, I'm gonna make it like a 32, and with this one 1.4 will be quite okay. And with this one also, 14 is quite okay. And with this one, we can go ahead to reduce this one from 17 to 12. The same way applies to this one, 17 to 12. And then what we can do is we can reduce the gap between the container to like maybe 8. And what again can we do? Okay, over here we can also reduce the how do you call it, the padding all around, right? So we can just make it 15 all around. Okay, so the same thing applies to this one also. You can reduce the padding all around, make it 15 all around. All right, so if you feel 15 is too small, you can make it maybe 20 all around, and the same applies to this one also, 20 all around. All right, so this is quite okay, and we can go ahead and click on this one and reduce the size a little bit. Okay, so we have the home the hero section done for all screens, and as you can see, this is how it is done mobile responsiveness. So you can click on publish, and we can take a look at how it looks like. Okay, so let's click on home over here, and as you can see, this is our home page, hero section, done nicely for us. Now we can go ahead and do all the other sections. Okay, we can go ahead and continue doing all the other sections. So we have this section over here, we have this section over here, this section over here, this one too over here, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly do it. All right, guys, so now that we are done with the hero section, we're going to go to the next section, which is the about section. So let's quickly jump into it. So we're going to click on this one to add a new container over here. So we're going to click on add this first container, and it's a flexbox container. Okay, so what we're going to do is go to it advanced, unlink the margin over the padding over here, give it a top 80, bottom also 80. Now first of all, we're gonna go over here and then change this to 1280. Okay, and then click over here, and we're gonna add one other container into it, and then duplicate it to be 2 over here. Now what we will also do is we're gonna click on this one, go to here and make sure that the directions are both they are all row horizontal, so it's going to be side by side over here. Okay, now that we are done over here, we're going to click over here and then also go to style over here, and then give it a white background. So we're going to give it a white background over here, and let's give it an all-round padding of, let's say, 30. Okay, which is quite okay. And what I'm going to go ahead to do is I'm going to check this place to see how it looks like. Okay, so we have who we are, a creative agency, blah blah blah, and this one. So 2 headings, and then 1 description, and then a button over here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and then we're gonna copy this one, copy it, come here, click on this particular one, drag it over here, and I'm going to duplicate this one and just this particular one over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and reduce the size to, like, let's say 18. Okay, and this one I'm going to come over here and come here and copy this one, go here, and then replace it with this one. So it's going to be something like this, and I'm going to just change this one to secondary and come here and then reduce it a little bit to like 48 or something. So 48, go here and then make it 58. So it's gonna be something like this. Right now, let's go to the next one, which is the text editor. We drag in the text editor over here, and I'm gonna just copy this whole thing over here, copy it, come here and paste it over here. So it's gonna be something also like this. Now first of all, let's click on this particular one. Okay, so let's just bring the button over here. So I'm gonna come over here and then drag in a button also over here. And what does the button say? It says what? Learn more. Okay, so we're gonna just go ahead and just say learn more. So we go to style over here, hover, and we give it a hover animation as Bob. Okay, so Bob is gonna be something like this. Okay, so I think we are good to go. The only thing is we will have to make more room over here. Okay, so more space will be over here. So we're gonna go over here, unlink this one over here, and on our right hand side we give it a space of, let's say, 50 or 80. Okay, so I'm gonna give it an 80, let's say 120. All right, so 120 is quite okay, and I'll come over here and reduce this one a little bit. Okay, so yeah, 45 120 is quite okay, or maybe 44. Yeah, 44 120 is quite okay. So 44 for the size, and this one, there'll be more space. But the reason why I'm trying to, you know, bring more space over here is because we're gonna put an image over here, and that image is supposed to overlap this particular one over here. Okay, so that is it. So let's go over here and put an image over here. So drag image into this, and the image is going to be, let's see what the image, okay, this particular image. So this image over here, which will be the about section image, we're gonna come over here and let's give it, you know, 14, and then let's see. Okay, so we're gonna go to it advanced, and we unlink the pattern, and then we give it a negative of 150 or negative of 80. Okay, so negative of 80 is quite okay. Yeah, negative of 80 or maybe 100. Yeah, it's quite okay. All right, so guys, I think the 80 is quite okay, so we can go ahead and then yeah, check it well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here, go to style over here, and I'm just going to give it, you know, some border box shadow over here. I'm going to reduce or just reduce the opacity a little bit. Okay, so something like this. Even with this, I think it's still not what I want. It's too much for me. So the blur, let me just make it like a 5 and see. Okay, so this is quite okay. And what I'll do is I'll just give the border radius of 14. Okay, give the border radius of 14, and this is quite okay. This is really quite okay. And what I'll also do is I'll just come over here, go to advanced over here, and the 120, I'm just going to remove 120 from here and make it like 100. Okay, and then on the left side I want to make it like a 50 over there, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so left side 50, top also 50, and bottom also 50. Yeah, which is quite okay. Yeah, so this one looks it looks good, it looks quite okay. And I think we are good over here. All what we need to do is make sure that it is mobile responsive, tablet responsive. So we're gonna go over here and see how it looks like on tablet and mobile. And guys, as you can see, it doesn't look good. It doesn't really look good. So on the tablet, this is how it looks like, and we have to make sure that we know we do it well, right? So let's position everything well. Over here, we're gonna come over here and make sure it's behaved this way rather, and we're gonna go to advanced, unlink the pattern, give it a top of 40, bottom of also 40, left 20, right 20. Okay, and then over here we're gonna come over here, and then what do we do? Okay, so this place, remove this one from here, and what we can do is, you know, we can go ahead, just drag this one on top a little bit. So we're gonna go ahead with this one also. This side, the right side, which is 100, we're gonna remove it. Okay, so we'll make everywhere 50, top 50, bottom will rather be 100, right 50, and then left 50, right? And then we push this one on top. Okay, so we're gonna push this one on top, right? So just go over here and give it an 80 over here, guys. As you can see, this one looks better. It looks better than what we did. Okay, so we're gonna go over here also to check the mobile side. So this is how it looks like, and we want to reduce the sizes a little bit. So over here, instead of 44, we want to make it like 28. Okay, and the EM we want to make it you know, 14.4. And let's just adjust the size also. So top 20, bottom, let's make it like 40, here 20, okay, so bottom 40, right 20, and then left also 20. Okay, and let's just try to reduce the size also a little bit. Yep, this is quite okay. We're gonna come over here, also reduce this one to 15, and we are good to go. So with this one also, we come here and what do we do? Let's reduce the size to 14. All right, so with this, instead of 80, we'll just make it like 40, or maybe 50. Okay, so yeah, or we just remove it. Okay, and give it a pattern of, you know, around of 0. Okay, so this one also we can go ahead and then, you know, just change it to like 14. Okay, so I think this is also quite okay. This is okay, everything looks good over here, and I think we are good to go over here. We can publish it. Anything you do, make sure you publish it, because it is very, very important. Okay, so whatever you do, make sure you publish it. Now let's check how it looks like on the front end. So on the front end, we're going to refresh our website and we check how it looks like, and it looks perfectly well the way we want it. All right, so now we are good to go. We are good to go. So this also looks good. Everything looks good. So now we are good to go. Okay, so our next step is for us to create you know, our next section over here. And what is the next session? The next session is the what we do, the core services. Okay, so our core services is what we are going to do over here. So our services, so we're gonna just quickly go through it. So we're just going to create this one over here, and this is the main how do you call it, the main container over here. Okay, and let's see. Okay, so this one has a white background. Okay, so white background. So I'm gonna go over here, click on this one, give it a white background. Okay, let's go ahead and give it a white background, and then I'll go to advanced, click over here, give it a top of 80, bottom of 80. So I'm going to give a top of 120 instead of 80, because we'll bring something over here, and that is the shape divider. So we're going to bring a top shape divider over here. So just click on this one and scroll down and change the color to this particular one. Okay, the color that we use for the background. Okay, the side background. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. It looks perfectly well. So over here, we can come over here, and what we can do is we can drag in a container over here, duplicate this container to make it 2, and with this container we can go over here and then change the size to like maybe 50. Okay, and on the main container over here, we can come and then just put everything in the middle like this, and it's gonna be something like this. Now over here, we can just come over here, copy this one. Okay, because we've already done it already. We copy this one, and then we also copy this one, and then we paste it over here. So it's gonna be something like this. Now this one, what we are going to do is we're going to put it in the middle like this. We put this one also in the middle like this. So this one says who we are, but this one says what we do. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do. So this one says what we do. Okay, and this one is talking about our core services. So we're going to copy it, come over here, and then paste it over here, our core services. And as you can see, guys, we've done the heading and we are good to go. So the reason why it's good using Elementor is all these things, right? So you can be able to just copy and paste your ready-made designs and change some few things, so you don't need to style it them again. Okay, so that is basically it. Now let's go into the second container over here. And what do we have inside the second container? We have this 1, 2, 3 containers inside it. So I'm going to just drag the 3 different containers. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate them to make it 3 different containers. Over here, I will just align this one, or change the direction to row horizontal. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3 over here. Now inside this one, I'm going to bring in a box. Okay, a box that is an image box. I'll bring this image box over here. Now this is how the image box is going to be like. Okay, so we want our image box to show like this, right? So the image on top, the header, and then this description. So we're going to come over here, change this one, okay, to, let's go over here to web design services. So this is web design services. Okay, let me see. Yeah, web design services. So what I will do is I'll just come here and then change the width to full width, and then I'm just going to change the radius to something like this, right? So it's gonna be something like this, and we have our the heading and then the description. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one over here, and I'll just remove this one and put it over here, and I'll go to style over here, go to content, and I'll change this one to maybe 35 or maybe 28 or 20 or 22. So I'm gonna make it 22. Okay, so 22 is quite okay, and I'll change this one to secondary. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so once we have this one done, we can go to this main container over here, go to it advanced, and then just go ahead and just create a pattern for it. Okay, so we're gonna create a pattern for it. So this is some 25 pattern. Okay, you can go ahead and create as many pattern as you want to create, depending on your own design and other stuff. And then when you come over here, let's see how it looks like. So we have this box shadow also over here. So come to its style, and then come to border over here. Then you're gonna have border radius of 14, then give it a box shadow also. Just make sure you change the opacity a little bit. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, right? So this is quite okay. Now what we are going to do over here is we're going to come over here and change this one to 1280. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so once we are over here, let's take a look at how this one looks like real quick. So if we don't want it, we can just go ahead and adjust it. So let's go ahead and adjust it a little bit more. So I'm gonna adjust this one to 8. I'm gonna come over here and still adjust this one, and then when you hover, you're still gonna have this box shadow over here. So it's gonna be something like this, but when you hover, it's gonna be something like this, right? Yep. So now that we have this one, we can duplicate this one. Okay, can duplicate it. Just delete the ones that you don't want to make it like this. Now of course you can check out the whole container itself and even make it like a 90, okay, or 95, right? And then depending on the way you want it, if you think 25 is not good, you can make it like a 30, right? So it depends on how you want it. So if you want it like a 30, copy this one and then paste style, and then also paste style over here. So it's gonna be something like this. And over here, what I'll do is I'll just give it a little bit of space, like 30, and we are good to go. So you're gonna have something like this, okay, which is quite okay. All right, so now all what you need to do is to change this one. So change this one. This one says what? Branding identity, branding and identity. Okay, so change it. So let me go over here and change this one to branding and identity. Okay, this one also says, okay, so branding and identity over here, I can change this one to the branding and identity kind of thing. And this one also says what? Says UX UI, right? UX UI design. So we're gonna come over here and change this one to UX UI design. Okay, UX UI design, and then we change this one to the UX UI design. So we're gonna use this one, UX UI. Okay, so now we are good to go. So all what you need to do is to just link them to the services that you want to link it to. So basically that is it. So we can publish this one and we are good to go. So we have this one done. Now make sure that it is mobile responsive. So we're gonna check it on mobile also. So you see it's not responsive on tablet really. So we can just make it like a 35 over here, which will be quite okay. And over here we can reduce the size to 20, and then come over here, reduce this one also to 20, and then come over here and start reducing this one to 18 or maybe 16, depending on how you want it. The description also, just reduce it from 17 also to 14. Okay, so you copy this one and you paste style, and then you paste style, right? You're gonna have something like this, okay, which is quite responsive. Now you can come over here and see how it looks over here, and this is also what? Responsive, right? So we are good to go over here. All right, so the next move that we have to do is to create our next section. Okay, and what is our next section? This call to action section over here. And how do we do it? It's also very simple. Now since we already have this over here, I'm just going to copy this one and then come over here and paste it over here. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'm just going to go over here, click on style, change this one to classic, change this one, and then all what I need to do is to just just change anything I want to do. Let me just see. Okay, so this is what a desktop with some screens on it, so something like this. I'm just going to just have it over here, so something like this. And what I'll do is I'll go over here and put everything in the middle like this, and I'm gonna come over here and then come here, change this one to this, change this one to this, go here, change this one to this. Okay, and inside this main one, the main container, what I want to do is I want to go over here, and with this image is full, default is center, attachment is fixed, and then repeat. We don't have any repeat. We don't want it in the cover. We want to make it the display size. We want to make it so it will be stick like this. Okay, and that is what we want. Now let's look at what is written inside. We build blah 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 blah. Okay, so it's the same thing that we did over here. So all what we need to do is to just reduce this one. Okay, so build experiences, that 65, build experiences, that goes, and I'll just remove this one, and then add this one to each. Arrow, look for arrow, and then I'll just use this arrow over here, and I'll bring it over here, and I'll just give it a space a little bit, and we are good to go. So we have this one also done. We can check it on the other responsiveness. Make sure that it is very responsive in all the sizes. So this is quite okay. And let's look at how this one also looks like. Let's make it 28 or 25 or 20. Okay, and this one also we want to make it like a, let's make it like a 13 or 12. Okay, so this one also looks good. I think I kind of like this one. Okay, so everything looks perfect, everything looks fine, so we can just go ahead and publish it. All right, so what again do we have that we need to complete? So our next one is our recent cases, right? Our recent cases. All right, so recent cases, very few for us to deal with. So we're gonna come over here, and the amazing thing is we already have this same design done. All what we need to do is to just copy this one, come over here and paste it over here. Right, so once we paste it over here, we go to style over here, and let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so we go to style over here, and we go to shape divider, over here, and we just unselect this one. Okay, and then over here, what do we have to do? Featured project, right? We copy it, we just come and paste it over here, change it over here, and then change this one. Let's see. Okay, so change this one and make it transform this one to uppercase, and then this one is what our core services, which is what recent case studies. So we come over here and change it to recent case studies. Now this is also quite simple. We just use what we used already. So we choose this one, and we use this one for this one. This is what university website, and then we have this one, which is the outline. I'm just downloading the images so I can be able to use it on all the other. Okay, so let me go over here and then just save image over here, and save image over here. So let's go to portfolio over here. I want to just use the right images, right? So of course you can go ahead and then put in anything over here, but I'm just going to go ahead and just put the images. So this is the university website. You can write any description that you want to write, and then you can send it to the portfolio. Okay, so this is what university website. So just type in and see if the university website portfolio will come, and that is it. Just select this one. Okay, come over here, and what is the portfolio that we are creating again? we have the outline construction. Okay, we have this outline construction over here. So we use it as what the brand. Change this one to anything that you want to change it to, and then come over here and then just search for the outline construction. Okay, the outline construction over here, and then put it in over here. Okay, so this is also what the image that we are using for outline construction. And then we also have this one over here, which is UX UI. So you can be able to use any image for your UX UI. Okay, so we can also use this image for UX UI. So basically, these are all what your portfolio and other stuff that you want to do. So just change it and then change the link also. So this one is what outline. So let's see if I still have this. I'm gonna go over here and go to the backend and see if there is an outline construction over here. These are the portfolio over here. Let's see. Oh, okay, so we only created the university portfolio website, so it's quite understandable that we don't have. So we'll put the outline over there and then later on we'll fix it. All right, so I'm just going to put the pound sign over here, and as you can see, we are done with our recent cases. We can go ahead and then publish it. Okay, so since you already done everything over here, if you go to the responsive mode, you realize that all of them will be responsive, right? Yeah, all of them will be responsive the way we want it. Okay, so as you can see, everything is what responsive over here, and that is what basically it. Now what next do we have to do? Let's go to home over here and see what we have to do again. So we have our recent cases over here. Now we have this one which says, why choose us, why brands trust NovaCreation. Okay, so this one we use a template which is Elementor template. So we're gonna go over here and then click on this particular folder over there, and we're gonna just go ahead and search for this kind of benefit and all those kind of stuff, and see if we're gonna have this. Yeah, so I think this is what we used. Okay, so this is what we used. Let's see, take a look at it. Yeah, so this is exactly what I think we used. Okay, and then we just customize it the way we want it. Let me just take a look at how this one looks like. Okay, so this is exactly what we used. Okay, so what we're going to do is let me go ahead again, come over here and go to benefit. Yeah, so I'm going to just select this one and click on insert. All right, so once we have this one done over here, so as you can see, this is how it looks like. So over here we say what makes us special. But what we're going to do is we're going to just copy this one, come over here, and then we say paste style. So it's going to be this one over here, and then we can go ahead and change what is written over here. So if you go over here, it says why choose us. So we copy it and then we come over here and then we paste it over here. Why choose us. Now the next one says what? It says why trust Nova, why brands trust Nova Creative. So we're gonna come over here and then paste it also over here. So you can say anything you want to say over here, and then also over here you can write anything you want to write. But the only thing I'm going to do is to change what is over here, which is this particular thing over here. So I'm just going to replace this one. Go to go to the media library and then select this one over here, and I think I'm good to go. Everything is quite okay for me, and I don't need to do anything again. All what I need to do is to just keep calm, and then everything is quite okay. All right, so now that I have this one also done, I can go ahead and then go to the next page. Now, before we go to the next section, let's go ahead and then check it out on all other devices. So this is the tablet mode. This is also the how do you call it, the mobile responsive mode. So everything is responsive over here, so we can go ahead and then go to the next stage, which is this particular one, and that is where we come to the testimonial section. So we're going to go to the testimonial section. Now over here, it's also very simple. We're going to use another template on Elementor over here. So if you are using Elementor Pro, it's very simple. If you have a design in mind that you think that design can be replaced with a template, you go ahead to use that particular template. So what we are going to do is we're going to go over here and then search through and then look for what we call testimonials. So I'm going to go ahead and search through it and see if I can get any testimonials, and I'm going to use this particular one over here, and I'll click on insert to insert it. And as you can see, this is the testimonials that we will be using. Okay, so if we come over here, it says what? Join the success, don't just take our word for it. And then we have this over here scrolling, and that is it. We have these lines also over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over here, go to style over here, and I just want to change this color over here to, let's say, this particular one. And what I'll do is I'll just just reduce the color a little bit. Okay, I'll just fade it a little bit by changing the color, just something like this. Okay, so something like this is quite okay, and this one will be white. Okay, so basically this is quite okay. Now over here, what we are going to do is we're going to just delete this one. Okay, and then inside here we will place a grade in it. So we're going to look for loop. Okay, just look for loop, and then we're going to look for loop carousel over here. We're going to place it over here. Okay, now this is our loop carousel. Now remember that we created a loop item from the beginning, and we're going to search for that particular loop item. So we choose post, and the query over here, we can go over here to settings. Let me see. Okay, so this is our settings over here. This is our query, and the source, we'll have to choose testimonials. Okay, so the source is testimonial, and over here we'll just look for loop over here. Now remember that we have portfolio loop, and then we have the testimonial loop, which we did not name it. So it's this particular one over here, which is Elementor item loop item 108. So we click on it over here, and as you can see, that is it over here. So we have our loop item coming up over here, and we can just go ahead and do some other settings if you want. So slice to display is 3, number of slice 6, you set it to equal height. Slice to scroll is what is also 1, and all those things. Do all the settings and the navigations and everything that you want. So you can have a navigation over here, and everything is quite okay. Now if you go to style over here, let's click on the pagination over here. You can set up a pagination, and the pagination is the dot over here. As you can see, this dot over here. Now the color, okay, we're going to use our primary color, which is blue, and I'm going to just change this one to the spacing to 10, and then the size also I'm going to change it to maybe 20 or maybe 15. Okay, so let me just say 20. Let's look at this one. Let's see. Okay, so 15 will be quite okay. 15 will be quite okay. Okay, and of course, if you want navigation, you can show navigation, you can use the arrow and all those kind of stuff. You can decide to do whatever thing that you want to do with it, and if everything is okay, check it on all devices. So this is for tablet, and check it on this one also. This is also for mobile, and everything is quite okay because we made sure that it was responsive on all devices. And we can click on publish over here and it will be published. All right, so our next one that we have is this particular one over here, which is a call to action. Okay, so we want to also come over here and go to another template. Okay, and then this time around we're going to look for call to action, right? So we're going to look for call to action, and what are we looking for? So we're just going to pick this one over here, and then just select it. And as you can see, we have our call to action. So train with the best and all those kind of stuff. So we're going to go over here, change this one to a different one. Okay, so we're going to change this one to maybe this people over here. So we change it to these people, and then let's go ahead and go to the background. And then over here we can change the background to any background that we want. So I'm going to just change it to this kind of dark background over here, dark blue background over here, and change this one to maybe 75. Okay, and then I'll come over here and change this color to white. Okay, so as you can see, we have trained with the best over here, and exactly what you have over here. So if you feel the background color is something that you don't really like, the background overlay color, you can still go ahead and just make it a little more darker. Okay, and this one we will also change the colors. The color over here should be white. The text color also over here should be white. Okay, so when you hover also, this should be white. All right, so basically I think we have everything set up, and check to see if it is responsive on all sides also, or all devices also. Make sure that everything is fine and you are good to go. So now that we have this one done, we can go ahead and click on publish to publish our website. Now if you go to the home page over here and we refresh the website, we should be able to get everything that we want. So as you can see, this is everything that we need. Okay, so our website is now in shape now. It's up to us to get the about page done, the services page done, the portfolio page done, the blog page done, testimonial page done, and then also the contact page done, and then we also have the get a quote page done. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do portfolio. I'm going to do some of the few pages. Some of the other ones I'll allow you to design your own page for yourself. Okay, it's very simple to do and you don't need to worry yourself that much, but some of the things that it is more complex and advanced, I'll do all those things for you. All right guys, so our next then in this next stage we are going to create the portfolio template. Okay, but before we create the portfolio template, let's look at our portfolio page over here and then see how we can be able to create the other templates or the other portfolios that we have over here. So we have the outline construction over here, so I'm going to click on it to go to the page, and then we have this one. So we're going to go over here to the back end of our website, that is the dashboard, and we're going to go to portfolio over here and then click on add new portfolio, and then we want to create this particular template over here. So let me go over here, and then what I want to do is I want to copy, I want to just add this, save this outline template over here. So and then this cleaning also template over here, the images, I want to just make sure that I have it. Okay, So now that I have it, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and then you know, close the meta boxes and then add this one. So this one we're going to call it the arc line. Okay, so the arc line construction, arc line construction over here. I'm going to copy this one and come over here and then paste it over here. So this is the arc line construction, and the you know, I'm going to just put this one here. So I'm going to go ahead. Where is it? Here. I'm going to put it here, over here. And then my next one is the meta boxes. So beneath the you know, the content of the arc line, there are meta boxes over here. I'm going to click on it, and then over here the client. Who is the client over here? So let's go ahead and look at the client. The client is template seller over here. I'm going to ahead and then put it over a project duration. And what is the project duration? Is 2 months. So 2 months over here. And then the project overview. So what is the project overview? We're going to go over here and then go ahead and copy it. So we want to copy the project overview. Okay, so we copy this one and we come over here and then we paste it over here. And then when you come over here, we see the project link. Okay, so I'm just going to just give you a link over there. So let's say https / you know, maybe arcline .com. Okay, so that is it. And then we have this one which we call the tools and tools and technology also over here. So I'm going to scroll up and then we have these tools and technology over here. So what I'll do is I'll just paste it over here. We have this one, and then we have the image project image over here. So with this one, I'm just going to use the image that we have over here. Yeah, this is the construction one. Aside that, I'm going to come over here to Nova, and I'm going to just drag in this one also in it. So this is what we're going to use. Okay, so I'm going to use this one. Of course, you can add 3 different images over here, and if you go to the you know, add featured image, we can click over here, and then we can be able to add featured image also over here. I'm going to add the same thing over here, and then click on it, and then we click on publish to publish it. All right, so now once we are done, we add the next one. Okay, so I'm going to add the next one, which is also what is it called? That is also the cleaning website. So the next one is the cleaning website. I'm going to close this one and then come over here to cleaning website. So the cleaning website, and with the cleaning website, you also have this one over here. So come over here and then paste it over here. I'm going to go to the meta boxes. So with a client, who is a client over here, we have Kitech Digital. So we make sure that we type in Kitech Digital over here. So type in any client that you are working for. The project is also 3 months. Okay, so 3 months project, 3 months project, and then a project overview. You can type in anything that you want to, the overview of the project. Okay, so you just type in the overview of the project, and then you can also enter your you know, your link, project link also over there. So https cleaning website.com. Okay, so I'm going to just make this one like this, cleaningwebsite.com, and then we have this one which is also the how do you call it, the tools and technologies. Okay, use. So I'm going to go over here and we're going to also use the same thing, tools and technologies, use, and I'm going to just come over here and then paste it over here. Okay, so I don't know why this one is not showing, but yeah, so I'm gonna delete this one and make it like this. Okay, so this is it, and then we go over here and we use the cleaning over here, and then we set featured image for it. So the featured image will also be this one. Okay, so now that we are done, we can go ahead and then click on publish to publish it. All right, so as you can see over here, we have three different three different portfolio items over here. Now how can we be able to show these portfolio items over here? Okay, so what we need to do is to just edit this page. So I'm going to go ahead and edit this page. Okay, so I'm going to edit this page, and when you edit the portfolio, let's take a look at how so this is the portfolio over here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and edit this using Elementor. So I'm gonna click on edit with Elementor to edit the page. All right, so once we are over here, all what we need to do is to just add a section or a structure. Okay, so we're gonna add this structure over here. We come over here, unlink the padding, and then give it a top padding of 80, a bottom padding of also 80, and then we're gonna give it this one, which is let's give it like 800, and then also give the minimum height of 400. Okay, so once we are there, let's go over here to the background. We're gonna add an image over here, or you can add any YouTube link or anything that you want to add. Okay, so if you want to add a video, you go ahead to add the video link over here, right? So you can go ahead and add the video link over here, and you are good to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and go to Pexels. So I'm going to go to pexels.com, and then I'm going to search for video over there. Okay, I'm going to search for video over there, and then let's say I'm going to look for maybe marketing or something. Okay, so I'm going to look for marketing videos, and then I'll pick any video that I want, just download it and then use it over there. Or maybe let's say digital marketing. Okay, so I can go ahead and let's say I want to use this particular image over here. Okay, so I can use this video over here. Sorry, just click on download over here, and then it's going to download for me. Once it is done, I'll just go ahead and where is it go ahead and upload it on my website. So I'm going to go over here to media over here, and then I'll add media, and I'll select the media that I want to use. I'll go to download, select this one, upload it, and make sure that once it is uploaded, as you can see, once it is uploaded, I can be able to go ahead and then use that particular media over there. All right, so our video has been uploaded, so we can click over here, and I'm just going to copy this URL over here. So I'll just copy it, close it, come to my portfolio page over here, and I'll paste the video over here. And as you can see, this is now playing successfully over here for me. Now I can go ahead and then give it an overlay. Okay, so I'm going to give it a gradient overlay, and I'm going to give it this one, and also this particular one, and then we can change this one to radial over here. And if I change it to radial, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change this one to this, and then change this one to this. Okay, so that it's going to be in the middle like this, right? And what I will also do is I will just make sure that change the so this particular one will have will be more over here. It's going to be something like this, right? So we're going to have something like this, and then over here I'll click here, and then I'm going to add the heading. So I'll add the heading, and the heading I'm going to add is an animated heading. Now this is in Elementor Pro, so we will just drag it over here, and we're just going to use the underline over here, and then what is it saying? It says our portfolio. So over here, where is it? This one. This one will be our, and this one will be portfolio. Okay, and we're gonna go here, change this one to white, change this one also to white, and then what is it? This one we can change it to, you know, any bright color. Okay, so this is the underline one. We can change it to any kind of you know, bright color. Okay, so something like this, right? So this is quite okay, and this is beautiful. So I'm going to just click over here and go to here, make sure that everything is center over here, and over here you can also decide to change this one, increase the size and all those things. But if you think this one is okay, you leave it like this. So I feel this one is quite okay, so we're going to leave it like this. Now I'm going to just go ahead over here, make sure that everything is responsive. I'll click on this one also, make sure that everything is also what, responsive. So I'll make this one 30 over here, which is also quite okay. So 30 is fine, and go here and then also reduce the minimum height a little bit. Okay, so I think this is quite okay. So once I have it like this, I can go back to the desktop version, and then I'm going to add my portfolio grid over here. So I'm going to just create another container over here. So I'll create another container, and then I'll come to advanced, just unlink the padding, give it 80 at the top, 80 at the bottom over here, and go over here, change this one to maybe 1280 pixel. Okay, and then inside this one we want to search for loop, right? So this time around we are not going to use the loop carousel, we're going to use loop grid. So we're dragging the loop grid over here, and over here we say post, but with the query over here we want to query portfolio. Okay, remember the last time we queried the how do you call it, we queried the testimonials, but this time around we are querying the portfolio. So we're going to go back to layout over here and then start typing portfolio. So just start typing portfolio. Okay, so we don't have any portfolio over here, so let's say loop. So we have portfolio loop over. Oh, okay, so the spelling was wrong, so I wrote it portfolio. Okay, so basically that is why. So we just use the portfolio loop over here. Okay, and as you can see, we are having it right inside the website. Okay, now what we did over here was to show just 2 on each, you know, 2. Okay, so we decided to show 2 instead of 3 columns, we said 2, right? So it was 2 over here, and basically this is how you can see it. So we're gonna publish it. Okay, when you publish it, and if you go over here, you can check it on all other you know, all other devices also, to make sure that it is responsive. Okay, make sure that everything is responsive just the way you want it, and then we are good to go. All right, so now our portfolio is done. Let me see. Okay, so let's check our portfolio page. We're gonna click over here, click on view page over here, and now we have our portfolio page over here. Okay, so once we have our portfolio page, when we click over here, we want to have a template that will showcase our portfolio. Okay, so that is what we have to do next. So creating a template that will, you know, show our portfolio. So let's quickly go ahead and do that. So we're going to go to the back end over here, And this time around, we're going to go to template over here. We're going to go to theme builder. Okay, so we're going to go to theme builder. We want to create a template, right? So the templates that we want to create, we want to call it, single post template. Okay, so I'm going to go over here and click on single post template. Now I'm going to close this one. Okay, and first of all, let's go to the single post template setting, and the preview setting over here. We want to use portfolio over here. Okay, so we just apply for portfolio. So this is just for portfolio. Okay, so let's look at how the single post over here looks like. So when you click on the single portfolio over here, so you see that we have a header, hero section over here, which have this header over here, and then these two containers over here. Okay, and that's exactly what we are going to do. So we have one single header over here, and we're gonna just make sure that this one has something like 800 width, and then maybe 400. Okay, over here, let's go to advanced, unlink the padding, and then 80, and then 80 at the bottom also. Now let's go ahead, and if we like, let's go ahead to go to style over here. Now we want to give it a background image. Okay, now with the background image, we don't want any background image. What we want is, we want it to be dynamic. Okay, means that we want it to pull from the portfolio. So we will click on dynamic tag over here, and then we'll set it as a featured image. Remember that all the portfolio have featured image, so we set it as a featured image. Okay, and as you can see, we have it over here. Now the position we want it to be center, and then default is going to be okay, no repeat, and then we say cover for the display size. All right, so now that it is done like this, now we're going to go ahead and then go to background overlay. So with the background overlay also, we want to just use the same background overlay we use for the this particular portfolio over here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and then use gradient over here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go use accent here, and then we use the blue also over here, and then we are going to change the color to radial over here, and we're going to increase this one to like something like this. Okay, so and then also we will have to reduce this color a little bit. Okay, and if possible, we can even increase this one. Okay, let's look at how this one looks like. So this is how it looks like over here. Okay, so you can work on it anyhow you want to work on it. So let me just use this primary color over here, and I'm going to just make sure that the location comes a little bit fine, and let me just make it like an 85. So I think this one is quite okay. And then over here I'm going to add the post title. Okay, so I'm going to add the post title over here, and it's going to pick the post title of the portfolio. So I'm going to just put it in the center, and then give it white over here, and I'll come over here and what do I do? Let me just look. Oh, so this one have this kind of so it is not just the post title, but it is using, so I'm going to just delete this one. Okay, come here and put everything in the middle like this. Click over here, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just look for heading, right? So let me just look for heading. Okay, and I'm going to use this animated heading over here, and I'm going to just remove this one and then use just this one. Okay, so if I like, I can just go to portfolio over here, just come over here, copy this one, come over here, and then paste it over here, so that I can be able to delete this one. So I can come over here, and then instead of hour, I'll remove it, and then over here what I'll do is I'll just look for ACF field, click on this one, and then look for okay, so I need to have project title over here. Okay, I need to have project title over here to be able to, you know, assign the project title to the ACF. If not, I should be able to just come over here and then say maybe post title. Okay, and that is it. So we can have this one as a post title, or you can create an ACF post title for it, and then you can be able to assign it over here. And with this, you can be able to do any dynamic content that you want to have. So basically, we have this one over here. Okay, so let me just put it at 600. Okay, because we might have something to put over here. Now I'm going to just go to the next section over here. Now before I go to the next section, let me just come over here, make sure that this one is also you know, a little bit responsive. So I'm going to just create it like this, right? Yeah, so let me just make it 350. Okay, and then we come over here. Okay, so this one will also be like maybe 250. All right, so this is quite okay. So I'm going to go over here and then click over here, and then you know, just click on this one, and inside this one, with this particular one, I'll just make it you know, 1280 pixel. And inside this one, what I'll do is I'll add two different containers inside it. So one over here, which I'll duplicate it, and then I'll go to the main container, and then I'll change the direction to row horizontal, just like this. And then this container, I'm gonna make it like maybe 30 or maybe 40. Okay, and this container will be 60%. So it is not just 30 or 40 or whatever it is percentages. Okay, so make sure that this one is percentage. So over here we can make it 35, and over here we can make it 65. Okay, so once we have this one done, I can go to it advanced and then change this one to like 25, and then go over here to style, click over here, and then, you know, change the background to white. Okay, and then come to it border over here, and then I'll change the border radius to 12. Okay, let's see how it looks over here. So basically, yeah, this is it. And then I'll come over here to you know, the box shadow, and then reduce its opacity a little bit. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so there will be no shape divider, there will be nothing. It's just this, how it's going to be, like something like this. Okay, so before we even you know, make it stick and all those things, we will have to start bringing in what we have to bring in. So we have the project details, which we'll have to bring in. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, click over here, and then bring in what we call a text, heading text, and then we change it to product details over here. Change this one to maybe 35. Okay, or 30. Let me just make it 30, and then change this one to secondary, and we're gonna go again and then bring in a divider. So we'll bring in a divider over here. Okay, so bring in a divider over here. Okay, and this divider will reduce the size to be 60 or 70. Okay, and we're gonna go over here, change this one to blue color, change this one to 2, and then remove everything from here. And let's see how it looks like. Let me see how this one looks like. Okay, so what I will do is I'll go to advanced over here, unlink the margin over here, and then give it, you know, just a margin of -10 over here. Okay, and then after that, what again do we have? We have the project title, the client, and all those things. So I'm going to just copy this one. So we have project title, we have client, we have project duration, you have project overview. So the next one is another, another how do you call it, another heading text over here. We put in the project title over here. Let's go ahead and then check how we can be able to change everything. So this one, we're going to make it like a 20. Okay, so that is the project title. And okay, so this one, we're going to leave it like that. And over here, we will duplicate this one and remove whatever thing that we have over here, and go to it advanced over here, give it a negative 10 margin, come to the content over here, and then over here click on dynamic. So what is the project title? Okay, the project title is still the post title, so we're gonna give it the post title. And then site the style over here, we change this one to this one. Okay, so to the text. So this is what the project title over here. Now, of course, you can decide to change it to anything that you want to change it to, depending on you. So we have this one done. Now we can go ahead and then start creating more. Okay, so start creating more. So we can just copy this one and then paste it over here, copy this one and then also paste it over here. Okay, the same way we copy this one and then we paste it over here, and then we can copy this one also and then we paste it over here. Now if you want to have control over each of them, you can put them into containers. Okay, but I'm just going to leave it like so. This one is client, this one is client, so I'm going to copy this one and say paste it over here and say client, and this one, the client will come over here. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this one, come over here, go to ACF over here, and then over here we will search for client over here. So as you can see, this is the client for portfolio field. So we have client over here. Okay, we have client over here, and then what again we have, the next one we have is what we have project duration. You have project duration, so we're going to come over here and paste this one over here, and with this one we also delete this one, go to ACF. Okay, come over here, search for project duration. We have project duration over here, so you see this one is also set up for us. Okay, and then what again do we have? We also have project overview, right? So we click this one, we copy this one, and then what we can do is we can just copy this one and then paste it over here. Okay, paste it over here, and then we can come over here and then maybe give a text description over here, and then over here we said is what project overview, right? So instead of project duration, we're gonna say overview. Okay, and over here we can come over here and then go to ACF, scroll down to ACF, click on the launch icon or the settings icon, click on this, and then project overview will be here. All right, so as you can see over here, we see the project overview. Now the last one that we have is our button over here, which says what view website. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, come over here, and then look for button, put the button over here, and we say view website, and this link we will just go to ACF URL field, click over here, and then you see we have project link over here. Okay, you can be able to use it. So we use the project link over here, and it's going to give us the website that we want. So now that we have this one done, now what I want is I'm going to click over here and then instead of 25, I'm going to say maybe 35. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. I can also unlink this one, give the top 50, and then give the bottom also 50. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. And over here also, I can go ahead and give a run of 50. Okay, so now the side is quite okay, and now we need to work on this particular side, which is the right hand side. So with the right hand side, we have you know, the Nova Creative Agency role, the role that we played. Okay, so the role that we played, and that is what we'll be using the main you know, the main content for. And then also we have tools and technologies used, and then we also have project images. Okay, so let's go over here, and over here what I'm going to do is we're just going to copy this one and then paste it here, copy this one and then also paste it here, right? And then I copy this one. Oh no, I'll just bring the post content underneath, post content over here. It's gonna be post content over here, and then yeah, so over here also I'll copy this one, or I'll just copy this one and then come and put it, paste it over here, copy this one and then paste it over here. And then the last one is also going to be images, right? So yeah, so I'm just going to copy this one and then paste it over here, then copy this one, paste it here, and then copy this one and also paste it here. Okay, so as simple as that, we'll be ready to go. And then over here, the images, I'm gonna go ahead and then just add an image over here, and just like that we can also add the ACF field image or image field. So image 1 will show over here, and as you can see, we are going. So this is what project images, and let's go over here to this place, and we're gonna just reduce the project images over here. Also we want to reduce this one to 35. Okay, this one is what? This one is tools and technology used. So we're going to reduce this one also to 25, and this one also to 25. So guys, as you can see, everything is working, or you know, coming to shape. So 25, so everything is coming to shape over here. So this is what this is going to be. Nova Creative row. So your row that you played in the website, you're gonna write it over here. So that is it. So Nova Creative Agency row. Let's check our divider and make it like a 40. Okay, or let's say 45. Okay, so this is how it looks like. This is how everything looks like. And so this is our row. This is everything that we played. Okay, so now everything looks fine. Now if we are supposed to publish it right now, this is what is going to look like. Okay, this is exactly what is going to look like. But what we want to do is we want to make sure that this one goes up over here. So I'm going to just unlink this one and then give this one negative of 50, okay, or maybe a negative of 80. Okay, so this one will go up just like this. Over here is going to be something like this, right? And then I want this one to stick. Okay, so this one is going to be something like stick on top. So once it hits over here, it's going to stick over here, just like the way this one, once it reaches over here, it will just will just get stuck over here. Okay, that is exactly where we want it. So click on this container over here, go to it, advanced. Okay, and make sure that you can have conditions also display over here. So you click on this one, you can be able to, even if you want to display it on conditions and other stuff, you can set it over here. But what we are looking for is not that kind of thing that we are looking for. So the position over here, we can make it what fix. Okay, we can make the position fix, and then we can make it sticky. Okay, so that is what we want to. So what we are doing is we want to make it sticky at the top. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, right? It's going to be sticky at the top over here. Okay, and what we want it to do is we don't want it to overlap this one. Okay, so once we make it sticky at the top, we can only make it sticky at the top depending on which devices you want, but I just want to make it on desktop, so I will just remove this one, and I will just remove this one also. Now another one is you can offset this one. Okay, you can offset this one, and then you can also make it stay in its lane or in its column. Okay, so I want it to stay in its column, right? So that when I scroll it like this, it won't come down again. Now it's not going to come down again. Okay, so this is how it's going to be like. So just stay in your column, don't come down again. This is how I want it to be. So it's going to be something like this, and it's going to stay in its column like this. Okay, but I don't want it to be like just touching this one. No, so we can decide to offset it a little bit. So let's make it 20. Okay, yeah, 20 over here. Yeah, sticky offset, something like this. So it's gonna be something like this, right? Yeah. All right, so once we have this one over here, now let's go over here to this one, and we can go over here and then adjust the padding over here and make it the bottom padding. We're going to make it 80. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and see, still the bottom padding is not really working the way we want it. So we have the bottom padding still not working, even though we've set a pattern for it, but it's still moving according to this one over here, and that is not what we wanted. So we have to find a way, and then let's give it a top pattern of also 80 and see how it behaves. Okay, so this is also how it looks like. We want space over here. Okay, so once we want space over there, then we need to give it a bottom margin. So let's give it a bottom margin of 80, and let's see if there is space over there. So as you can see, space is now showing over there. Okay, so now I think this is quite okay. It's staying in its lane and everything works fine over here. All right, so all what I need to do is I want to remove this bottom padding. Okay, and then let's see this one. Okay, so I don't see this one going up. So what I want to do is I want to add another yeah, I'll make it either 160. Since I gave a padding 80 padding at the top, at the bottom, then I need to increase the margin over here. Okay, so that it's going to what, it's going to work. Okay, so this is how it looks like, and everything is working perfectly well. Now remember that you can only use Elementor Pro. Okay, so it is only Elementor Pro you can use it to achieve what you are achieving. Now I'm removing the padding from here, and once I do that, I'm going to go over here and then make this one 80, negative 80 rather than negative 160, so that it's going to be something like this. All right, so now we have this one done. Now make sure that it is responsive on all sides. So we're going to go to mobile over here, and this is how a tablet over here, and this is how it looks like. Okay, if you don't want it to look like that, you can, of course, you can go ahead and then just make sure that you remove this padding from there, a margin from there, remove the padding also, then make it all round padding of 20. Okay, make it all round padding of 20, and then come over here and also remove this and remove this one also, and then make it an all-round padding of also 20. So it's going to be something like this. If you like, you can also just adjust this one to make it a little bit like a 50 or 60. So 60 is quite okay, and we can come over here and reduce this one to 18. Okay, reduce this one also to maybe 17, and reduce this one also to 16. Okay, so you can do same for all of them. Reduce this one to 17, reduce this one to 16, go ahead and do same for this one. Reduce the size to 17, reduce this one also to 16. Come here for this overview, also reduce it to 17, and reduce this one also to 16. All right, so it's going to be something something like this. Okay, and this one we will also reduce some of these sizes. So instead of 50, we're going to say 20, and reduce this size also to maybe 20. Come over here, reduce the typography to 16. Okay, you come over here, reduce this one also to 20, and you come over here and you reduce the typography to also 16. So this one will also be 20. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Okay, something like this, and you are good to go. So if you feel like you want to stick this one also, of course, you can go ahead and do the motion effect over here, sticky mobile portrait over here, and it's going to be something like this, right? Yeah, and then it will stay in its lane. Let's see, you can also make sure that let's go to the layout over here, make sure that the Z index is 1, so that it wouldn't be greater than the other ones over there. Okay, so basically it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so this one, the Z index will also be 1. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this. All right, so I think this one is quite okay for the tablet. Let's go to the mobile also. So this is how it's also going to be. Okay, so for the mobile also, I'm gonna come over here and also remove this one from here, and I don't know why this one becomes sticky, but when you go to the motion effect, it's not supposed to be sticky, right? The offset, I'm going to give it 0. Nothing is supposed to be sticky over here, so I don't expect this one to just scroll up on top of this particular one. Okay, that is not how I want it. It's not supposed to be sticky, so I'm going to just check it up and see what the issue is. All right, so one thing I've realized is when you make the the tablet sticky, automatically this one also becomes sticky. Okay, and that is not exactly what we wanted. We just want the tablet to be sticky, but since it is giving problems over here, then we want to go back to its normal place. So we remove the sticky from tablet and mobile, and we are good to go. So let's change this one to 18, change also this one to 14. Okay, change this one to also 14, and then we change this one to also 18, change this to also 18. All right, so now I think everything looks great, everything looks perfect. You can decide to adjust this one, so I'm going to change this one to also 14. Okay, you can go ahead and then adjust this ones if you want, and if everything is fine, you can just go ahead and click on publish. Now once you click on publish, it will ask you where do you want to display this particular template. Now we're going to add a condition. Okay, so we click on add a condition, and it says what, include it in all singulars. No, we don't want it to be all singular. We want to just select a particular post type, which is portfolio. Okay, so we just want it to be for portfolio only. Then we can click on save and close. Okay, so once we save it and close, let's go over here and see this one is what, our cleaning portfolio. Now let's just refresh it and see if what we did is reflecting, and as you can see over here, everything is working perfectly over here. Now this is overlapping. Okay, this is overlapping, and we can be able to set it up. So let's go over here and go over here and see why this one is overlapping. So let's go over here and scroll down to z index. We're going to give it a 1 z index over here and publish it, and let's come over here and refresh it, and now it's not overlapping anymore. Okay, it's not overlapping anymore, but we want it to stay in its lane. Okay, so let's go over here and stay in its column is correct. So why is it now making as if that it is not staying in its column? Let's go to layout over here, and let's see, because over here it works perfectly fine over here. Okay, I'm going to just refresh this one again, because I want to see if this one over here, once I scroll, okay, I don't want to just see this once, I want to see this whole ones over here. Now let me go to a different page or a different portfolio. So we're going to go to the portfolio page over here, and let's go to cleaning also over here. So this is the cleaning. Okay, so let's go to another portfolio, and then we're going to go to the arc line. Okay, so this one also shows roughly the same. Okay, roughly the same. Now let's go to a different one. and that is the university website. So we're gonna go over here, and this one also shows the same. So what it does is it is showing basically everything over here. Over here, it works just like this. Okay, it works just like this. So I don't know why it is behaving that way, but let's see. Let me see over here also. Let me go over here, go to motion. Let's see the offset to make it like a 40, or let's make it like an 80. Okay, for the offset. And let's come and refresh it. Okay, so we need to just adjust the offset, right? So 80 is not working, so let's say 120 over here, and let's just adjust it and see. So yeah, I think it's the offset that is behaving that way. So refresh it over here, and as you can see, it is coming as easy as possible. So it is the offset that is behaving that way. So we just adjust it more. So instead of 120, let's make it 140. And let's just refresh this one. Okay, because I don't want this one to just kind of overlap this one. Okay, so I'm gonna make it 160 and see where everything falls. All right, so this is quite okay for me. I think I like it this way. Yeah, this is quite okay for the offset, right? So it stays in its lane and the offset is quite okay. So this is quite okay. So the offset, make sure that you set it 160 and everything will be good to go. Okay, so now that we have this one set up, the next one also that I wanted to check was to also check something over here. Now remember that when we go to portfolio over here, okay, we couldn't click on any of these ones except this one, right? But if you come over here and then go to the portfolio, that is the website that we are trying to create, you can click here, you can click on this, you can click on anywhere. So let's go ahead and then go back to the theme builder over here and try and then adjust the loop item that we created. So we're going to go to loop item over here, and we're going to go to the portfolio loop item. Okay, so I'll click on edit it, and then over here I'll click on this one, and you see this link over here. We can go ahead and click on custom link, and then over here we can give it the post URL. Okay, the same thing applies to this one. We click on this one, then a link over here, we click over here, and we click on post URL, so that we can be able to click, users can be able to click on anywhere they want to click. Okay, and basically that is it. Now let's go back over here and just refresh the website. Now if you come over here, we should be able to click over here, and we should be able to also click over here. And if I click over here, it's supposed to work perfectly for me. As you can see, this is it. Okay, if I go back also and I click on the title, also it's supposed to also work for me, which is perfectly well. So guys, as you can see, we've been able to create our portfolio and the portfolio template that we wanted to create. Now what is left for us to create is the services, the testimonial page. We also have to create our blog, our blog, single blog post, and all those things. And then we also have to create contact, and then get a quote, and then about page. So we'll do it in our next section. So let's go ahead and then catch that one also up.
Alright guys, so our next step is to design the about us page. So we're going to design the about us page. Now let's look at how the about us page looks like, and then we are also going to design the about us page. So this is the about us page over here, and we're going to design it step by step, just like we did the home page. Okay, so over here, if we go to the about us page over here, it has nothing over here. So as you can see, there is nothing over here. So we're going to design this particular page that you see over here. So what we are going to do is we're going to go straight to pages, all pages, and then over here about us, we're going to open it over here, or the about page, we're going to open it over here, and then we will go straight and then click on edit with Elementor. So we're going to click on edit with Elementor to edit the page with Elementor. Alright, so once we are over here, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the portfolio page over here, and I'm going to copy this particular heading hero section over here. I'm going to copy the hero section over here, and I'm going to use it on our about us page over here. So that is going to be our hero over here. And what I'll do is I'll click over here, and if you look at the about over here, it says a creative agency focused on strategy, experience, and results. So that's exactly what I'm going to do over here. So over here, I'm going to say and then over here, which is the one that it is animated, I'm going to say agency blah 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 over here. So as you can see, this is how it looks like, but that is not what we want. We just want to have this a creative agency underlined. Okay, that's exactly what we want. So we're going to click over here and check it over here once again and see how it looks like. So you see, this is just the one which is underlined. So that is exactly what we are going to do. So we're going to remove this one, cut it, and then come over here and paste it over here. So as you can see, it says what a creative agency focused on strategy and experiences. Now let's look at how this one looks like. So this one, it's in 3 lines over here. The same thing is in 3 lines over here, but we're going to go over here and then reduce this one to let's say 600, and it's going to be something like this. Okay, so what I will do is I'll make it 700, and then I'll increase the text over here. So I'm going to go over here, and then the typography, I'm going to come over here, and instead of 55, I'm going to make it 66. So it's going to be something like this. Okay, and then with this one, I'm going to make it, instead of 400, I'll make it 500 or 600. Let's make it like a 600 or something. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now of course, it depends on how you want it and how you want it to be. You can either give it a text shadow or whatever it is, style it anyhow you want it to style. Okay, but basically this is how it's going to be. If you look at this one carefully, you see that this one have a a shadow over there. Okay, so we can decide to also make it or give it a shadow, right? Depends on how we want it. So we're going to come over here and make the text over here, and then we say we give it a text shadow. Okay, so we can give it a text shadow over here, and then even the full we can make this one maybe extra bold or something like that. Okay, just make sure that it is extra bold and make it 65. Okay, and then we can come over here and change this one to 800. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, so we can change it to 800, and then or even 900. Okay, something like this, and then we can go over here to the animated text over here, and then click over here, and then also make it extra bold over here. Okay, so it depends on how you want it, and even with this one we can click over here and then make it more kind of increase the opacity of the shadow. Okay, so something basically like this is okay. So now that we have this one, now the next step is for us to, if you see that, if you scroll, you see that this one blurs. Okay, so it blurs over here. Okay, and that is what we want to have, that kind of blurry effect we want to have over here. So let's go over here and see if we can give that blur effect. Okay, so we're gonna go to motion effect over here, and then let's see, we have scrolling effect. So we have the scrolling effect, and then you have this blur over here. So as you can see, this is how it looks. So once we haven't scrolled, it's still blur. So you can just make sure that you put it inside the breakpoint and all those things, so you can fade in out or fade in, or even fading out, or fade in out, or whatever it is. Okay, so once you scroll it, it's gonna be, but I'm gonna give it a fading out, and I'm just going to put it over here. So it's gonna be at the bottom. Once you scroll, it's supposed to be something. Okay, so let me try and see how this one will work. Okay, so I want it to work in such a way that when I am scrolling, it's supposed to fade. Okay, that's exactly how I want it. So let's make it fade out and see how this will work. Okay, so exactly this way. Okay, so as you can see, once it is over here, everything is all right, but once we scroll, it start to fade out. Okay, so that's exactly how we want it. Okay, so you can adjust it the way you want it, and then once you scroll, or start fading out. So make sure you adjust it anyhow you want it. If it is over here, it's okay, but once you are scrolling, then it is fading out. So I'm going to leave it over here, the viewport over here, and then over here we're going to have the next section over here, which is called the who we are section over here. So I'm going to go over and then create it quickly. So we're going to have this two sections over here. So we're going to have one inside, duplicate the other one, click on this one, change this one to 1280, and then change the direction to row horizontal. And then what we are going to do is we're going to change this one to full width. Okay, it's going to be full width. Once it is full width, anything that we place over here is going to be the way we want it. So we're going to click over here, and we're going to put in an image over here. So we come over here, click here, add in the image that we want to add. So let's see the image that we have over here. We're going to have image, this kind of image over here, and what we are going to do is we're going to give it a full resolution, center, make sure that everything works perfectly well. We're going to make it cover, and we'll say no repeat. Okay, so let's see how it works like. Now we're going to take the padding away, so we're going to give it 0 padding over here, and we will start designing this side. Okay, once we design this side, it will take the height of this particular one, but we can also come here and then give it the height that we want. So let's say we want to give it maybe 400 pixel. Okay, so it's gonna take the size of this 400 pixel. If you say maybe 500, it's gonna take that size over here. So once you make it like this, then this is how it's going to what it's going to be like. Okay, so basically something like this, right? Yeah, and that is exactly what we want. So we're going to design this side also. Before we do that, let's click on this one, go to its layout over here, and then give it the gap of 40. Okay, and then also click on this one, go to its advanced, give it a padding of also 35 all around, and then over here we're going to click over here, drag in a text heading over there, and we say what who we are. Okay, so who we are, so we're going to copy this one, come over here, and inside the text heading we're going to type in who we are over here, and we come over here and then change this one to this one. Okay, once we have this one, we can go ahead and then just bring in another text editor over here. So we just drag in a text editor beneath this one like this, and then we can add whatever we want to add over there. So all the things that we want to add over here can be added over here the way we want it. So you can go over here and give it all the line heights that you want, so maybe 35 or 30. Okay, and then also give it a button also. So we're going to come over here and then give it a button, and that button is going to be get a quote. Okay, so it's going to be get a quote. So over here we'll say get a quote. Okay, and we'll link it to the get a quote page, and that is it. So we have this one also over here. Now let's look at how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. Okay, so what we can do is we can position it center. So we're gonna come over here and adjust it at the center right here, and we can also align all the items also at the center, but we're gonna leave it and align it this way so that it will be something like this. So this looks perfect. This looks nice. We can go ahead and come over here and also add more padding to it. So I'm going to add a padding of 40, and over here instead of 500 I'll say 600. So it's going to be something like this, and I'll just click on publish to publish it. All right, so once it is published, like I told you earlier on, make sure that you make sure it is what responsive. Okay, it is responsive. So we're gonna go over here to tablet mode over here, and then we'll make sure that everything is responsive to the tablet mode. So we're gonna click on animated headline over here, click on this one, and we have to make sure that everything is responsive the way we want it. So we change this one to, let's say, 55, and it's okay, it's responsive over here. As you can see, we can also go ahead and reduce the minimum height over here to something like this. So as you can see, everything is working perfectly. Over here also we can reduce this one to, let's say, 35. Okay, and then we can even change this one from 40 to 20. All right, unlink the padding, make the top 40, make the bottom also 40, and then we can make here 0 and make here also 0, but let's make the right 20. Okay, so this one is quite okay. We can also come over here, click on this one and change this one to 14. Okay, and then make this one 1.2 or 1.4. Let's make it 1.6. Okay, so this is quite okay. This looks quite okay. So we can click over here also, and since the top is a little bit this one is a little bit taller, we can click on this one and reduce this one to 500. We can reduce this one to 500, which makes this one perfectly fitting well. All right, so we are done with the tablet. Now let's go to the the mobile. So over here we can also make it something like this. So this one, we can click on this one and decide to remove the, how do you call it, the motion effect from this particular one. So we click over here and then we can adjust the motion effect. Okay, so we can really adjust this one to make sure that it doesn't really affect this one, because as you can see, it affects it very well over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and adjust this a little bit. So let's say 220. Okay, click over here and we will go ahead and then adjust this one also. We're gonna go over here and then make it 25. Okay, so 25 is quite okay. So this one is okay, or maybe 28. Yeah, 28 is also quite okay. And then over here we'll make sure that we will reduce the height also. So from 500 we'll make it 300. Okay, and then we're gonna come over here, unlink the padding over here, and then make it right padding of 20, left padding of also 20. Yeah, and then bottom of 40. Okay, so something like this is quite okay. So once we have this one over here, now let's go ahead and see how it looks like also over here. Okay, so one thing I've also noticed is that if you feel like the blur effect is not it's not really making sense on mobile, okay, you can duplicate the section and hide one on mobile, right? So for instance, you can go over here and still come over here and then you can adjust the effect. Okay, so we can come over here and then let's say come to this side, and then the motion effect we can check on the blur over here and then just adjust it the way we want it, like this, right? So that it will be the same on tablet and the other side and the desktop also. Now what we can also do is we can decide to make sure that we duplicate this one. So we duplicate this one like this, and then this one we hide the first one. So we're going to hide this one, responsive mode. We come over here and then we say maybe hide it on mobile and hide it on tablet, right? And then this particular one over here, we will not say hide it on mobile, but we also say hide it on we'll say maybe hide it on desktop and tablet, right? Hide it on desktop and tablet and show it on mobile. And this one we'll say hide it on let's see, hide it on mobile. Okay, hide it on mobile only, so that when it is on mobile it's gonna be like this, right? But when it is on desktop it's going to be like this. Okay, tablet and desktop is going to be like this, right? So when you scroll you see the effect over here. When you come over here it's going to be, so this one we can easily go ahead and then adjust it, the motion effect, the way we want it. We can easily adjust it the way we want it. So if it is like this that we want it this way, we can go ahead and then adjust it. So like this we can go ahead and then adjust it. So as you can see, this one looks like this. Okay, but we can also adjust it anyhow we want it. So let's see, this is the motion effect over here. Or we can also decide to apply the effect on just some part of it. Okay, so we can go ahead and even remove this one. We can remove this one. Let's remove this one. Come over here and just go to responsiveness and then make sure that you don't hide it. But when you go to the motion effect or the transform the effect, okay, let's go over here, this particular one. Let's go to the motion effect over here. We can go ahead and make sure that it is applied to only desktop and tablet, okay, so that on the mobile it's not affecting it. Okay, so once we are over here, see that over here is okay, everything is fine, right? But once we get over here, everything changes. Okay, so the effect is applied on this one and on this one also, but not on this one, right? And that is exactly what we are talking about. Okay, so I think we are through with this one, and we're gonna go ahead and then check out how we can be able to fix this section also. So this section also can be fixed easily. So we come over here, and what I want to do is I want to copy this section over here, and then I want to bring it over here. Okay, the reason why I want to bring it over here is I feel like this section looks exactly like the other one. So what I'll do is I'll just delete this one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside this one, go over here, and I'll just come over here. Let's remove this particular one. I'm going to remove it, okay, and I'll come to gradient over here, and I'm going to apply the gradient, right? I'm going to apply the gradient, but before that I'm going to come over here and then just go ahead and change it to classic over here, or I'll just remove the background overlay, come over here and then click on this one, change it to this one, and change it to this one. I'm going to change this one to radial, and it's going to be something like this, and I'll just make this one something like this, so center, whatever it is. So it's going to be something like this, right? Now we can go ahead and then add everything that we want to add inside it. So we can go ahead and add our icons, animated icons inside it. So we're going to go over here and then change this one to, instead of 900, we want to change it to 1280 pixel, and then this one we can either remove it or just let it be the way it is, and we click on this one, add container inside it, duplicate the container, duplicate it 3 times, okay, and then come over here, adjust this one to be something like this, and then now we can go ahead and add in our box animated thing over here. Now what I want to do is I want to go to the home page. Okay, I want to go to the home page, edit the home page, and then add this particular boxes, okay, so that I don't have to edit it more. Okay, so I'm going to go over there and then do exactly that. So I'm going to edit this one and then add the boxes inside. All right, so once we're over here, I'm going to come over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy. Let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so I'm just going to, I wanted to copy the whole thing, but I'm going to just copy just one over here. So just copy this one, come over here, and then paste this over here. Okay, once I have this one pasted, I can come over here, and then give it an all-round padding of 35, and then come to the background over here, and I'm going to give it a white background, and I'm going to give it an opacity, okay, white opacity background. All right, so over here I can also give it a border. Okay, so I'm gonna give it a border over here, solid border, and I'll give it a 1, and the color also will be white. And I can decide to also, you know, make it an opacity and give it a border radius of maybe 8 or 14, depending on how I want it to look like. And with this one, I can choose an image for it. And because you see, we don't see that image over here, and that is why we have to delete this image. Okay, and what we can do is we can come over here and bring a video over here, right? And then what we have to do is just go back to here and then add it to self-hosted over here. Then we click and then we choose the video. So as you can see, we have what do we have? We have the mission, vision, and then core values over here. So we have mission over here. We adjust it like this. So this is the mission, and what we're going to do is remove all player controls over here, and then we can make it an autoplay. Okay, so it's gonna play itself, and then we also make it a loop, right? So it doesn't stop playing, it continues playing the way we want it. Now when we go to the style over here, you can adjust it to 1:1, so it's gonna be something like this, right? Okay, so once it is like this, we can go over here. Let's see. Okay, so we can go to advanced over here and then go to border over here. Then we can give it a border radius of maybe 250, so it's going to be something like this. Okay, so we have a rounded kind of thing over here, right? So you can adjust it anyhow you want to adjust it. Okay, so make sure that you adjust the height and everything anyhow you want it. All right, so once you do that, especially when you go over here, we are controlling the video. Okay, so when you go over here, you can check the size as custom over here, and you can either grow it or shrink it. Okay, so you can grow it or shrink it over here. Okay, but the best way is for you to use a container, right? For you to use a container. Now how do you use a container? You click over here and you bring a container inside here, and then you drag in your video inside this container. Okay, dragging your video inside this container, and then you can be able to control the width and height of that particular container like this. Okay, so basically this is the best way you can be able to adjust the whole video itself. So let's make it like a 60, and what we can do is we click over here and we go to the layout of the container and we put everything in the middle, and it's going to be something like this. And over here we can go ahead and make sure that we adjust it the way we want it. So I'm gonna just make sure that it is 40 around, so it's gonna be something like this, right? So then with this one we can go ahead and play around with it. So change this one to white. Okay, and then go over here also and change it to white. Let's see how this one looks like. Yeah, so this is our mission, creative, whatever it is. So we can copy this one, come over here, come here and paste it over here. Okay, so you can do it anyhow you want it. You can come here, and this is what our mission, right? So you copy it and then come and paste it over here as our mission. Increase the height of this one, increase it to maybe 35, Okay, so this is what our mission over here. Okay, and we can come over here also and even reduce this one to like maybe 1100. Okay, 1100 like this. When you hover on this one also, I will just want it to also be white. Okay, so something like this is quite okay, and we can duplicate this one. Okay, just duplicate it 3 times or 2 times to make it the way you want it. So we're gonna have something like this, and over here we can increase this one to 40. Okay, and then we can even increase this one to 1200. So sometimes it depends on how you want it. Okay, so once this is over here, we can change this one. This is our vision, so we can go ahead and change this one to vision, and change this particular one to our vision. Our vision, and then core values. So this one will be what core values, and then we change this one also to values. So this one will also be for values. So as you can see over, let me close this one. As you can see, this is how it would look like. So if you expand it, this is how it's going to what it's going to look like. And that's exactly how you can be able to create the mission, vision, and then core values of this one. So of course, if you feel like the this one is too much, you can go ahead, go inside the style of this one, and then just reduce this one a little bit. Okay, so it depends on how you want to do your own thing, and how you want to go about your things. You can go ahead and then decrease it a little bit. So once you're okay with it, and make sure that it is mobile and tablet also responsive, right? So go over here, adjust it. Okay, adjust everything over here. So just going to make this one 40 20 40 20. Go to layout, change this one to 20, and come over here, go to content, change this one instead of 16 to 18, and then come here, change this one to maybe 12. Okay, so this is quite okay. I'll copy this one, I'll paste style over here, I'll copy this one, paste style over here, and you can adjust it anyhow you want it. If you want to adjust this one, you can go ahead, reduce the gap a little bit. So instead of the usual 20, you can make it like a 15 or even a 10, or you can remove the gap. Okay, so depends on how you want to do your own thing. So let's say I'll copy this one, come over here, paste style, come over here and paste style. So I have this one done. Now I can go ahead and then come here and change this one a little bit, so I can increase this one to, let's say, maybe 70. Okay, so I increase this one to 70. Come here, copy this one, and then I'll paste style over here, and then I'll paste style over here. All right, so basically I have this one also done. I can go ahead and check it on how it looks like on mobile also, and we can reduce this one also a little bit. So on mobile we can just reduce it to maybe 60. Okay, so mobile will be 60. Mobile will be 60 over here. All right, so once we have this one done, we are good to go. Okay, so let's go back over here and publish this one. So far everything is coming in place. The next one is for us to do the next section over here, which is similar to what we have over here. Okay, this is very similar. So all what we need to do is to just copy this one, come over here and come and paste it over here. Just copy and paste. Now the only thing you're going to do is you're going to come over here, go to style over here, and then shape divider. Instead of this one, we're going to use this one. Okay, and then we'll use this primary color for the shape divider. So guys, as you can see, this is how it's gonna look like. Okay, so just like this one, and it looks perfect. Now we can go ahead and come over here and change this one from 120 to 180. Okay, so once we have this one, then we can go ahead and say this is what our theme, and then meet our theme. So we're gonna come over here and I'll just change this one and say meet our theme. And this one, instead of our theme, instead of our this our theme over here, instead of just heading over here, we're going to use a divider. Okay, so we're going to come over here, put a divider over here, and the divider element is going to be a text element, and then inside it we're going to just paste in our theme over here. And instead of it to be 100, let's come over here. All right, so instead of it, we're going to delete this one, and over here, instead of it to be 100, we'll make it like 50, or let's say 30, and put it in the middle like this. And we're going to go to style over here and add a little bit of weight to it. So we're going to make it like a 2, and come over here and make it this one. We go to the text also, come over here and change it to this one, and change this one also to 600. So it's going to be something like this, right? You can also change this one to poppins. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. So it's what our theme. So we can even increase this one a little bit. So the divider over here, I'm going to make it 4. Okay, so this is good, this is good. And this one also, I'm going to make it extra bold. So yeah, this is quite okay. So this is what we will be having over here. And when we come over here, let's see if we can adjust the gap. So with the gap, we can just close it, close the gap over here. So we're going to have something like this, right? Now over here, what we're going to do is we're going to add the theme to it. So we're going to have the theme member whose name is this one. So Kofi will be here. Okay, Kofi Mensah will be here, and then he's a lead web designer. He's gonna be a lead web designer over here. So we're gonna come over here and add him as a lead web designer, and then we'll click over here to add a text editor over here, and it's gonna be in the middle like this. And we're also going to search for social icons over here. We'll add the social icons to it. So it's going to be something like this. So this particular guy over here is what Kofi Mensah. So this guy over here, so we're going to just change him, this guy. He's going to be Kofi Mensah. So this guy over here, he's a lead web designer. So let's see. So it's going to be blue. Okay, so we come over here, we go to this one, we change it to blue. Oh no, sorry, change this one to black. We go over here, change this one to blue, right? And then we come over here, we go here, change the official color, and then over here we make it blue, and inside we make it white. Okay, you can make it any color you want, but I'm gonna make it white. See this one, I made it kind of like a mauve color, right? Yeah, depends on how you want to make it. Of course, you can also make it the mauve color, make it more like something like this, right? You can make it something like this. And then the size and all those things, border radius, we're gonna make it 50, or let me just make it 150. And then the size, I'm gonna make it 20. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, right? Now, of course, you can add your own, you know, social icons to it over here. Okay, and let's go to style again, and icon hover also. When you hover on it, I want it to be this color and then white. Okay, so when you hover, I want it to be something like this, and I want this one to also be pop, the animation to be pop. So it's gonna be something like this, right? So once I have it like this, I can go ahead and duplicate all for all. So I'll just go ahead and just do the duplication, delete this one, duplicate, and then I'll delete this one. So it's gonna be something like this, right? And then I'll change this one. This will be Linda Park, okay, who is a UX UI. So you go ahead and we say Linda Park. So this is Linda Park over here. We change this one to this. This lady over here, or is it not the lady here? And then we also have Michael Adams also. So we're gonna go over here and click over here and change this guy to Michael Adams. Michael is sitting down over here, so we select him over here, and then he is also the front end developer, so Michael Adams. So guys, you see, you can change all these ones, okay, so to suit anything that you want. So this is Kofi's own, this one is for Kofi, so you can change this one to Kofi. You can change this one, okay, so anyhow you want it, you can be able to go ahead and change it, and then you can go ahead and publish it. So make sure that they are mobile responsive. I'm not going to go through the mobile responsiveness again because I've been going through step by step everything, but make sure that it is mobile responsive. Now once you're done, we're going to bring this also beneath it, and this one is in the home page. If you scroll down, you see that that is the last thing we did over here. So we're just going to copy this one and then bring it over here. We paste it over here, and then we refresh it, and now we are done with our home page. So we can go ahead and check how the home page also looks like. So this is how the home page looks like, and when we scroll, see that blurry effect over there. Now we have this one also over here. We can have the mission, vision, and core values, and then we have these ones also over here, and we're gonna have this call to action also over there. Now let's try to refresh this one and see the effect that comes in. Apart from the blurry effect over, you see that this is also some kind of effect. Okay, we also have this effect also over here. Okay, so how do we do all those things? Now of course we can be able to do it. Okay, so for instance, we can go ahead and click over here and go to it advanced, and we can add any motion effect to it. So when we click on motion effect over here, we can be able to add entrance animation. So fading, let's say fading right. Okay, so this one will fade in right, this one will also fade in right. So let's add those motion entrance animation over there. So this one will also fade in right, okay, and this one will also fade in right. So these are all motion effects you can be able to add to your website. You can go ahead and do same also for these ones, anyhow you want to do it, and then you can just click on publish over here. So once you refresh this particular website, you see that when you are scrolling, you see that the motion effect is also coming into play over here. And that is how the about page is being done. Now the services page and the the other pages are simple to make. So I'm just going to go ahead and then we just quickly go ahead and then create the services page, the blog page, and then also we create the contact page. For the testimonial page, we've already created it. Oh, we haven't created it yet. So we create the services testimonial. We've created the portfolio page, I think so, yeah. So let's go ahead and create the the services, the testimonial page, which are simple pages that you can be able to create easily. So for the services page, I'm going to click over here and click on edit with Elementor. Okay, so let me click on edit over here first, and I'll click on edit with Elementor. All right, so over here for the hero section over here, I'm going to just go ahead and copy this one. I'm going to copy this portfolio for our service. I'm going to paste it over here, and then I'll click on this one, and instead of our portfolio, I'll change this one to our service or services, right? And then over here, I'm also just going to go to the home page. Okay, I'm going to go to the home page and just copy the whole services over here. So I'm going to just copy this one and come over here, and I'm going to paste it over here. All right, so these are our services over here, and what I'll do is I'll just delete this one and click on this one, go to style over here, and then shape divider, I'm going to just ignore it. Okay, so we're going to have something like this. Now let's look at how the services page of this one looks like. So we have this one. Okay, so they really have this one also over here, and then this one, right? So I'm gonna come over here, and I will undo what I did and see if, okay, so I'm gonna cancel this one and then paste again, okay, because I still have it. So this is it, and then all what I'll do is I'll come over here and then remove the shape divider. I'll just remove the shape divider and go over here and then make it 80 at the top over here, and below over here we're going to add, what do we add over here? We're going to add this this call to action over here. So we come over here, scroll down, and we add a we copy the call to action over here. So copy it, come over here, and then we paste it over here. So paste it over here, and you are good to go. So we have our services done. We can go ahead and publish it. So make sure it is mobile responsive, and because we've already created the responsiveness for all the other pages, because we are just copying and pasting, it is mobile responsive. All right, so once we are done with our services, if you go over here, go to pages, click over here, and then let's check out our services page. So this is our services page. Okay, so now we have our services page, about page, home page, portfolio page done. Now let's quickly go ahead and create the testimonial page. So we're going to go to pages also over here, and we click on edit testimonial, and then edit with Elementor. Okay, so we're going to edit with Elementor for the testimonial. So there are different ways you can be able to create your testimonials. It's because mine is not that much, that is why I created it as a carousel. But if you think yours is that much, you can create it as a grid. Okay, as a grid. So it depends on how you want to create it, but let's go ahead and create it the same way we created this particular testimonials section, page over here. So this is a testimonial page over here. So we're gonna go ahead and then where is it, this particular one. So we're gonna go ahead and then go to services over here and copy the hero page or the hero section. So we copy it, come over here, and we're gonna paste it over here. Okay, so we click on this one, our services over here, and we see our testimonials. Okay, so once we are done over here, we come to this side. That is where we go to our home page. Okay, so we can go to our home page. Where is the home page? This particular one, and you see these are the testimonials that we are talking about. Okay, this particular one. Of course, you can decide to just copy this one and paste it over there, or you can decide to just go over here, create a container like the way I'm doing. Click over here, come over here, and then give it a top heading of 80, bottom heading of 80. Go to its layout, make it 1280 pixel, and then click inside it, and then search for loop. Okay, search for loop, and then use the loop carousel, drag it inside this one, and over here, the query over here, we're going to change it from post to testimonials over here, and then over here we will we search for loop. Okay, remember that we have this loop item over here. We can click on it, and as you can see, we have our loop over here. Now we can go ahead and then do whatever thing that we want to do with it. Since we've already created this one and it's nicer in the home page, the best thing for us to do is to just copy it. So I'm just going to come over here and copy it, and then go to the testimonial over here, and then I'm going to delete this one, and I'm going to paste this one over here, so that I don't do any editing or whatever it is again. And then after that, I'll just publish it. All right, so now we have our testimonials also set up over here. So these are testimonials. Also, we have our portfolio also done. Okay, and then we also have our services also done. We have our about page also done. We have our home page also done. So now it's left with our blog, and then the contact, and then the get a quote. So we're gonna focus on contact and get a quote, and then later on we talk about the blog. Okay, we talk about the blog. So let's focus on the contact. So how are we going to be able to design our contact page? Now let's go ahead and then exit this one. So exit to WordPress over here, and we're gonna go to all pages. All right, so then we're going to go to contact over here. So I'm going to click on edit. Okay, and then I'm going to edit with Elementor. Now once it is opening, let's go ahead and see how our contact page over here looks like. Okay, so over here our contact page looks something like this. So we're going to just get the same thing over here. So we're going to go over here, and we're going to go to testimonial over here and copy this hero section over here, come over here and paste it over here, and then this one says what, connect with us. So we're going to come over here and click on this one, remove this one from there, and then just type connect, and then say with us. So connect with us. Okay, that is the that is what we are using over here, connect with us. Now the next one is for us to get this contact. Okay, and this is also easy. So we can click on the folder icon over here, and let's quickly search for contact over here. Okay, and then look through and see the one that you feel you are okay with. Okay, and we're gonna use this particular one. We insert this one. All right, so as you can see, it looks similar to this one over here. Okay, all what we did was to change to change the color. Okay, when you click over here and you go to here, you see that this color, all what we did was to change this color to blue to match whatever it is that we are having over here. So just make sure that it matches. Okay, once it matches, you are good to go. So as you can see, it matches a little bit. So once it matches, we just click over here, click on this one, change this one. Okay, we're going to change this one to white. Okay, we can also change this one also to white. Okay, so that we have this one. So when you hover on it, I just want all to be white. Okay, and then over here also you can decide to click over here and do any adjustments that you want to do with the buttons or with any adjustment, and then you can do it. Come to style over here, do all the adjustment that you want to do. Let's go to buttons over here, and with the buttons background and all those things, we can do all the adjustment that we want to do. The text color, we want to change it to white. Okay, and then when you hover on it also, the text color, we want to change it to white. So everything will be, the border also, we want to change it to be global. And then let's see, this one also be global. Okay, so basically everything looks perfect the way we want it. Now over here, if you want to change this one also, you can go ahead and then change the colors and all those things. So you can change the colors to suit the color that you want. Okay, so basically that is how we made the, how do you call it, how we made the the contact us page, and it is already responsive. Okay, so if you click over here to this side, you see that it is responsive. If you go to this side also, it is also responsive. Okay, and that is it. So after everything is done, you can go ahead and publish it. All right, so once we are done with this one, the next one that we have to also deal with is the get a quote. Okay, so let's look at how the get a quote also looks like. Okay, so this is how the get a quote also looks like, right? So we can also go ahead and we're gonna go to exit to WordPress, and we will go to all pages, and then we'll edit the get a quote page, and then we click on edit with Elementor. All right, so over here also we're gonna just come over here and then copy this one, so it looks specifically like this one, get a quote. Come here and then paste it over here. So also we go to this, and then we say get a, and then we write quote. Okay, just like this, and we come over here, we click on this template icon over here, and then we search for quote. So just go inside and search for quote. So this is a quote over here, and this is what you are going to get. Okay, so this quote will not help you, but I'm sure there is something that we use which hold on, I'm coming. Okay, so I'm gonna go through. If I will get some, if I don't get some, then it means that I designed everything from scratch. Sometimes I forget some of the things that I do, because there are a lot of things that I really do. So just gonna go through step by step to see. Let me check template over here. Okay, so this is pages, and this is blogs. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and check contact. Okay, so if I don't get any form for contact, then I will have to basically design everything from scratch. So let's go to contact over here. I just want to get a simple form. Yes, just a simple form. Okay, so this is it. This is a quote that we used. I'm sure this is the quote, this particular one over here. Let me check again. Yeah, so we can use this one to it. We can use this particular one over here. Yeah, this simple one over here. So we can click on insert. Okay, so we can just use this one. Okay, so as you can see, everything looks fine, everything looks perfect. So this okay, is quite okay. So I'm just going to remove this one, and I'm going to just leave this one as it is. And you can go ahead and click on this one to make sure that everything is quite okay. So as you can see, this is related to what is related to fruit and other stuff. Okay, so we want the full name, email address, phone number. Okay, and this one is a break. We don't want quantity, we don't want length, we don't want whatever it is. Okay, if you look over here, the code that we have is full name. Let's say maybe Kobe, email, maybe Kobe at gmail.com, and then phone number, let's say, and then we click on next. So over here is what is something that you choose. Okay, web design and then project overview, and that is it. So we're gonna go over here, and then we'll just delete some of them. So I'm going to delete this one, 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 delete this one also, and delete this one. And then we have this one, and then this one, instead of select fruit, we say web, we'll just leave it like that, or just we won't give it any label, or choose your service or whatever it is. So let's say select service. Okay, so we're gonna say select service, and then the service, we're gonna have just web design. We're gonna have web design. We'll have UX, UI, SEO, and then digital marketing. So we have, so make sure that you write all of them on a page, like on a line. Okay, so on a line, each select like separate line, each option should be on a separate line over here. It is written over here. Okay, so make sure that you do that, and this is only in Elementor Pro. Okay, only in Elementor Pro. So over here we're gonna web design, UX, UI design, and then also SEO, and then also digital marketing. Okay, and this one, instead of it saying select a fruit or select fruit, you say select service. All right, so okay, so you can decide to let them choose on multiple selection or whatever it is, and everything is the way you want it to be. So if you think this is also okay, make sure that everything is the way you want it to be. Okay, everything should be the way you want it to be. Buttons, actions after submit, check it well. Okay, check it well. So collect submissions, email, collect submissions over here. So the user IP, user agent, okay, email, also it will send to this, the subject, and then all the fields over here. Okay, and that is it. And then from the email, and then also the name, the reply, and all those things, all the meta fields will also be input over here, and then the steps will also be here, and then also additional settings that you want to also check. If you have custom messages you want to put it over here, so success message, form error, server error, invalid form, all these things you can be able to enable them over here. Now of course, if you want to style the form, you can go ahead and style the form the way you want it. If everything is okay for you, just go ahead and click on publish over here. All right, so we can take a look at how it looks like on the front end, and this is how it looks like. Okay, if I enter my full name over here, so let's say Kobe, email, I'll say maybe Kobe at gmail.com, and then phone number, I'll enter any phone number over there, and then I'll click on next, and then you see I can choose a service over here. Okay, I can select the service over here, and the next one that we did not is the project overview. So let's go over here and add project overview also to it. So we're gonna go over here, and then over here we'll add project overview, and then it's going to be a text area over here, and we'll say project overview. So once the project overview is added, you can even add a placeholder also. So let's copy this one and add it over. Oh, sorry. We copy this one and we add it also over here as a placeholder. And yeah, so we are good to go. So let's just publish it. Come over here, refresh this one. Let's go again. So maybe Kobe, and then the full name, the email address is maybe Kobe at gmail.com, and we also have telephone number, and then we go next, and as you can see, the project overview is now over here. So we can select a service that we want, any service that we want, and then we define the overview of that particular service, and then we can click on submit to submit. So this is the get a quote page. So now we have all the pages done except the blog page that is not done. So for the blog page, this is how it looks like. It is not done. Now before we can go ahead again to take care of the blog page, make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. Let's grow together. Okay, let's grow together. We are 22,000 gone, and we need to keep going, like 50,000 or so. Okay, share the video and let it reach whoever it has to reach. All right, so we are done with almost all the other pages except the blog section that we are about to do. Okay, so let's get into it and start designing the blog page. All right guys, so before we design the blog page, in this session what we are going to do is to design the blog page. Okay, but before we design the blog page, what we are going to do is not just the blog page, but we want to do the blog page which will display all the blogs, the blog posts over there, and then also single blog post. Okay, so how we can be able to create a template that will display the single blog post. Okay, and then we also create some blog posts, and that is exactly what we are going to do in this part of the video. Now before we go ahead, there is one thing we have to do. We have to go to settings over here, go to reading over here, and then we need to set the blog page as the post page. So we click over here and then click on blog over here, and then we save it. Whatever name that you've given to your blog page, just save it. Now once we do that, we go over here and we click on blog over here. You see that now it is saying archives, right? Not the blog again, but archives. And then all the the blog that we have on the website is showing over here. Now, to show you that, we're going to go ahead and go back over here and create some blog posts. So these are some of the blog posts that we have. Let's just create these 3 blog posts over here. So how to start digital marketing business. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, hover on post over here, and then click on add post. Once we click on add post, we're going to add the post title over here, and then we will start adding our post. So I'm just going to copy all of them, copy. Okay, I'm going to copy this one, come over here and paste it over here. All right, so let me just delete some of these ones. Okay, so this is the blog post. I'm going to go to the post over here and then set featured image for it. So I'm going to click over here and I'm going to set a featured image for it. So let's look at what the featured image of this one looks like. Where is it? So this is the cell over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this one as a featured image, click on it, and then also you can go ahead and then set a category for it. Now, what category does this fall in? Let's see. So basically we don't have any category for this one, but you can set up category for it. So for instance, you can add a category over here. Sorry, and let's say maybe this is digital marketing, okay, and then add it. So I'm going to add another category like web design, and then also add it. And then I also add maybe SEO, okay, SEO, which is search engine optimization, and then also add it. But I will just assign this particular post to digital marketing, okay, and then I will just publish it. All right, so once I'm done with this, I'm going to close this one and come over here. The importance of strong branding. Okay, so I'm going to come over here and then add another post also over here, which is the importance of strong branding. Click over here and then add this importance that they are talking about. So over here we have this one. I'm going to copy it, come over here and paste it over here. And when I come to the post over here, I'll come over here and then importance of strong branding. I'm going to use this one, add it as a featured image, come over here, and it's also going to be under digital marketing, all those things, and I'm going to just publish it. Okay, so the next one will also be why business needs a modern website. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, add a new post over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and add the title of the post, come here and copy everything that I have over here. So I'm going to copy everything, copy it, come here and then paste it over here, and then go to the post settings, click on set featured image, and then I'm going to use this one. Okay, so set it over here, and with this one I'll set it to web design over here, and then I can go ahead and click on publish. All right, so I have three blog posts that I've created right now, and we can go ahead and then check out all those posts. So these are the posts. I'm going to trash this one, which says the hello world. Okay, and come over here and then check out. Okay, come over here. This is our blog post which was saying hello world. Now let's refresh it once again, and you're gonna see that we have this post over here. Right now, this is not nice. This is not really nice. We need to make sure that we arrange our archives well so that it shows nicely. Okay, so what can we do? We can go ahead go back over here, go to Elementor templates, go to theme builder, okay, and then we can create an archive template for our post. So when we go to archive over here, we can click on this one and we can get click on add new. Okay, so we're going to add new archive, and we'll have to select one or two of the archives that we want to use for our page. All right, so as you can see over here, this is how the archives really looks like, and let's see if we can really get something to work with. So this is the archive template, and this is not the template that we are interested in. Okay, this is not a template that we are interested in. So all what we need to do, let's go to the pages over here also and see if we can get something similar to use for our archive page. Since we don't have it, we're going to close this one and we'll just design from scratch. Okay, design everything from scratch. Alright guys, so we have to design from scratch. Okay, so what we are going to do is to design everything from scratch. So we click on this one. First of all, let's just copy something and bring it here. So we're going to copy this particular one, copy it. Okay, come over here and then paste it over here. Right, so let's look at how this one talks, how it looks like over here. So over here it says NovaCreative agency blog. Okay, so we're gonna just make it the same. So over here we say what NovaCreative, and then we cut this one and we say agency blog, right? So you can make it as big as you want it to become, and let's go to style. Let's change this one to 75. See, this is how it's going to be like. You can change this one to like this, right? Go ahead and even change this one also to like this. Okay, so NovaCreative agency blog. Okay, now that we have this one, we're going to come over here, click over here, click over here, click this one also, and then we will set this one to 1280 pixels. Go to it advanced, unlink the padding, and then just set the top padding of 80, bottom padding of also 80. Now inside this one we're going to add some archive posts in it. So this is the archive post. We'll add it inside this one, and then we're going to have something like this, right? So we can decide to do it anyhow we want. So this is for cards. Okay, this is how the cards looks like. So if you look at this blog post type, let's look at how it looks like. Okay, so it is behaving just like the cards over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how we can adjust this ones to make it our own. All right, so once we have this one done, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to remove the except. Okay, and then also with the meta, I'm going to remove everything. So the date, the comment, we're going to remove everything from there. So we don't want to show any meta. Okay, and then badge also, we will remove it from it. The avatar, we're going to remove it from it. So everything is going to be very simple. Okay, so if you look over here, everything looks very, very simple. And we will also let's look at it very. So it's going to be 3 columns. We show image. Okay, so fine. So let's go to style over here, and let's go to content first, and then we go to typography and we change this one to 25. Okay, so this one should be something small, or like the size should be a little bit smaller. So we're going to say maybe 20. Okay, so 20 is quite okay. And it's poppins, Once we have this one to be 20, we can give the line height to be 35 or maybe 30. Yes, so this is also quite okay. So let's have something like this, and then we can go ahead also and then check the layout also. So this is the layout, and this is also the card. Okay, so border radius, let's make it like a 14. Okay, 14, which is quite okay. So this looks good. Let's look at the content over here, and I want to see if I can be able to change the readme color. This is the pagination advanced. Okay, so let me see. So because this color is using the accent color, okay, and our accent color is this color, we're gonna leave it like that. Okay, we're gonna leave it like that. If not, we can create our own loop grid that will just pick out this how do you call it, this post, and then we can use it on this place. Okay, but I think this is also quite okay. I'm going to just go ahead and then leave it as it is, and then come over here to this last one over here, which is subscription over here. So we're going to just click on this one, and then go to blog over here, and I'm going to look for subscription. Okay, so I'm going to look for, let's say, subscription or subscribe or whatever it is. Okay, so we have subscribe over here. Okay, so I'm not getting what I want. Let me just go ahead and see if I'll get something different. So this is subscribe. Let me see contact also. Let's go to call to action. Let's go to quote. Sure, it's supposed to be subscribe, but I don't really know which one I really used, right? So I'm just going to pick one over here, and I'll use it on the website. So let's look at this one over here, which is saying stay tuned. Let me go to pages over here, and let's let me just go to blog over here, then look for archive over here, right? Okay, so I'm going to look for let's look for this one. Let's look at this one over here and see if, okay, so not this one. Remember I used one of these posts archives, but I'm not really getting the exact one that I used, because I remember I used one of these, but I don't really remember the exact one that I used. But let me check it again. Trying to at least stay up to date. I think it's this one over here, this particular one over here. Okay, so that is exactly what I used, and I think I used this one. Yeah, so all what I need to do is to insert this one, and it will say override blah blah blah. I'll say don't. So that we're gonna have this ones over here. Now what I want to do is remember I used this one. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to remove this one, I want to remove this one, and I also want to remove this one, so that we'll only have this one over here. And with this one, what I want to do is I'll click on this one, go over here, and then I'm going to insert one of where is it, the blog. Yeah, so I'm going to just insert this one over there. Okay, yeah, this one over there, and I'll delete this one, and also delete this one. Okay, so let's take a look at how it looks like. So this is how it's going to look like. Okay, so what I would do is I'm just going to go over here and then give this one an overlay. So I'm going to give it a blue overlay like this one over here, and with this one we're going to give it white color. And yeah, so give it a white color. Let's come over here. Let's see how the overlay, we can adjust it a little bit. So let's make it more darker. Yeah, so this is quite okay. And what again can we do? We can go over to the border over here and then give it a top of 14, right also of 14, and then also the background over here, we can make it fixed, right? So it's gonna be something like this. All right, so this is quite okay. This is quite fantastic. Yep. I'm gonna come over here, go to advanced over here, and then give it 5, margin of 5%. All right, so now we have this this archive layout really done. Now let's go ahead and make sure it is responsive on all size. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and link this one, give it a top of 40, right of 20, bottom of 40, and then left of also 20 pixels. So once we are done over here, we can also go ahead over here and check to see if the content sizes are, the title and all those things are okay. So over here, instead of 20, I'm gonna give it 18. Okay, and yeah, we are good to go. So the read more also, yeah, so this is what I was looking for. Okay, that wasn't finding. So I'm gonna change the read more to this color, and then change this one also to 15. Okay, yeah, so once you are over here, let's go to the tablet, the mobile side, and still go ahead and change the read more to maybe 14 or 12, and then the title, we're going to change it to 16, and over here we'll change it to 1.4. Okay, so I think this is quite okay. This looks great. So we can go ahead and publish it. So let's go ahead and publish it. And as you can see, we have to set a display condition for it, and we click on add condition over here. And where is it going to be placed? Is it on all archives? No, we want it to be on post archives. So we're going to click on it to be on post archives. Okay, so if it is on all archives, it's going to be search and everything. Okay, so if it is just on post archives, it's just going to be just on post archives. But let's say on all archives. Okay, and then just click on save, and let's see. If you don't like it, we can change it and then set different archives for different templates for different archives. So let's say it is on all archives. Okay, and then when we come to blog over here, let's refresh it and see how it looks like. So now this is how it looks like. Okay, this is how it looks like. Now our blog page is looking very nice and very neat, and we are good to go. So now if you click on one of the blogs posts, this is how it looks like. It looks really bad. It doesn't look anything like what we have over here. So let's see how this one looks like. See how this one looks nice. This one that we are seeing over here doesn't look anything like this one. So we need to go ahead and then recreate them, redesign a template for all these ones also. So we're gonna go back over here, and what I want to do is I want to just go ahead to check the display condition again, and instead of all archives, okay, I just want to say I just want it to be on post archives. Right now, if you want a different template for all these particular ones, the date archive, author archives, and all those things, you can create it one after the other. Okay, so I just want to keep it on post archives and then click on save over here. So it's going to be only on post archives. All right, so once I'm done, I'm going to come over here and then exit this one. So we have set up a template for the post page. Now let's set up a template for the post item itself. So in a single post, how does it look like? Let's go again to theme builder over here, and we're going to go ahead and then design a template for the single post. So when you click on single post over here, you're gonna go ahead and add new. All right, so we can look through over here, and then we can search for what we want, or we can decide to design everything from scratch. But I think this one looks perfect for our website, so we're gonna pick this one, insert it, apply, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so this is how, let it load, finish loading, and we're gonna see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like over here. This is how it looks like. So what we are going to do is we're going to check everything one after the other and see how best we can be able to make sure that everything fits perfectly well. So let's look at this one. This one looks like this. Okay, and what we are also working on looks like this. Now let's click over here, go to style over here, and we're gonna go and use gradient. We change this one to this, and we change this one to this, and then we will change this one to radial, and then we're gonna just adjust this one a little bit. So we're gonna have something like this. Okay, something like this. All right, so let's adjust it to, let's say, 20. Okay, and if you want, you can also change this one to maybe 300. Okay, so it depends on how you want it. All right, so once we are done with this one, we can come over here and let's look at this one, this particular one. So you see everything on top has been deleted from it. So we're gonna come over here, and what we are going to do is we're gonna come here, copy this one, now come over here and paste it over here. Okay, so over here we will delete the date, and then we will remain just the author. So let's see if it is okay. Okay, so the date and the author are all there, so we're gonna just leave it as it is and delete this one. We're gonna delete this one, and let's look at this one. Is what this one is post accept, so we don't want it, we're gonna delete it. Okay, so once we are okay with this one, let's come over here and click on this. This one is more post. So why do we have these plenty things over here? Okay, basically because it is showing accepts over here, which we don't need it. Okay, so we just need just the post titles. So we're gonna go to style over here, go to content over here, and we're gonna change this one from Montserrat to Inter. and then we can, adjust it anyhow we want it. So I'm just going to leave it at 17. Okay, so this is perfect for us. And for this one, we can adjust, the border at the top, change the color to the blue color that we have, change this one also, change the button color. Okay, so buttons over here, we're going to change this one, the background, no, the text color over here, we're going to change it to white. I'm going to change it to white, and when you hover on it also, it's supposed to be white. All right, so once we are done over here, I think everything is fine for us and we are good to go. So I'm going to just publish this one and we set condition for it, and also we choose for post. Okay, so all post, this is how we want it to be, and then post in, you can set whatever thing that you want to set for it. So but we want all posts. Okay, so we click save and close. All right, so once we are done over here, now if you go to this place which we have this post over here and we refresh it right now over here, you see now our post is now showing nicely over here. Okay, now what I want to do is I want this ones to come a little bit up a little bit. So I'm going to come over here, and then first of all I want to set remove the padding over here. So kind of a pattern is this. So right 50. Okay, so let me just bring this structure over here, come over here, and the top margin, which is 150, I'm going to remove that 150 from there. This one over here, the top margin 50, I want to remove that 50 from there, and then I'll make it maybe 10 or 20. Okay, so 20 is quite okay. So I think this one is quite okay, and then we can go ahead and then publish it. All right, so now we have our blog page also designed for us. So I'm going to just click here, exit to WordPress, and then I'll close all other pages. I'm going to close all other pages. Okay, so one thing you've seen over here is that this blog page single post type over here that you see is using what we call the Elementor canvas. Okay, but we don't want it to be an Elementor canvas, meaning that it doesn't have a header, it doesn't have a footer. Okay, so we want to go back again. Let's go back again, click on edit, and then what we are going to do is we're going to go ahead and then check the settings of that particular post. And as you can see over here, we have page layout, which is Elementor full width, Elementor canvas. We want to change it to Elementor full width, so let's click on it, and then we're going to click on publish over here. All right, so now we are done. We can go ahead and then refresh it, and as you can see over here, this is how it looks like. So now we have footer, and then you have header over here. Okay, so now everything is intact, everything is set. We are done with the website, and this is how the home page looks like. Everything looks perfectly designed fine. This is how the about page also looks like. So everything is what's perfectly designed. Okay, and this is how the services page also looks like. Everything is well designed. This is how the portfolio page also looks like, and the blog page also looks like this, and then the testimonial page also looks like this. We also have the contact page, which also looks like this. And then we have the get a quote page, which also looks like this. So the website that was blank is now filled with content and design. Okay, so this is how you can be able to create a creative agency website or an agency website or any business kind of website that you want to create using WordPress, Elementor Pro and Elementor, and then advanced custom fields for yourself or for any client that you are working for. So guys, thank you for watching this video. I hope this video helps you to be able to create your own kind of website for yourself or for your business. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel, and let's grow together. Please share the video so it will reach people who also want to learn web design using WordPress and without writing any line of coding. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye bye.